The sun has begun its slow descent behind the distant hills. It is not a sudden disappearance, but a gradual fading of the light, turning the sky from a sharp, bright blue to a softer, hazy shade of violet and gray. The day has been long but not difficult, just long. The air is still warm, holding the heat of the afternoon in the stones and the packed earth of the road, but the sharp bite of the midday sun is gone. You can let your shoulders drop now. There is nothing urgent here. There is no news to hear, no orders to follow. The history of this moment is quiet. It is just the passage of time in a place that existed 2,000 years ago. You do not need to remember the names of the emperors or the dates of the battles. Those things are far away, locked in books and stone inscriptions. Here, there is only the sound of the wind moving through the tall grass outside the camp walls. Imagine the view from the edge of a Roman military camp. It is located on the frontier, perhaps near the Rhine or the Danube, or maybe in the quiet hills of northern Britain. The specific location does not matter as much as the feeling of the place. It is a permanent camp, a fortress of stone and timber that has stood here for years. It is a home for thousands of men, but right now, the mood is not one of military discipline, but of evening rest. The soldier, whose name we do not need to know, is standing near the gate. He is not on guard duty tonight. His shift ended an hour ago. He has removed his heavy helmet, the Gallia, and placed it on a wooden rack in his barracks. He has unbuckled the heavy armor, the larica segmentata, allowing his linen tunic to hang loosely around his frame. The fabric is rough but clean, smelling faintly of soapwort and dried lavender. He runs a hand through his hair, flattened by the weight of the helmet, and breathes in the evening air. It smells of wood smoke. Somewhere, fires are being lit. Not the large bonfires of a celebration, but small, functional fires for cooking the evening meal. The smoke drifts low to the ground, mixing with the scent of damp earth and the leather of thousands of sandals. He walks slowly towards the gate, the Porta Praetoria. He is not marching. There is no rhythm to his steps, no urgency to get anywhere. He is simply walking because the day is done and the evening belongs to him. As he walks, his sandals, the calligi, crunch softly on the gravel. It is a rhythmic, repetitive sound. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The leather straps are worn smooth from years of use. They are comfortable, molded to the shape of his feet. If your mind wanders, let it wander. There is no plot here. There is only the soldier walking towards the exit of the camp. He nods to the guard at the gate, a silent acknowledgement between men who know the routine of hours and shifts. The guard leans on his spear, looking out at the horizon, his eyes half closed against the dying light. Nothing is happening. Nothing is expected to happen. Beyond the gate lies the Vicus. This is the civilian settlement that always grows up outside the walls of a Roman fortress. It is a collection of small houses, shops, and taverns. It is here that the soldiers come when they are off duty. It is here that the women live. The relationship between the soldiers and the women of the Vicus is not a secret, nor is it a scandal. It is simply a fact of life, as ordinary as the bread baked in the clay ovens or the water drawn from the river. Roman soldiers are not legally allowed to marry while they are in service, a rule written by men in Rome who are far away from the realities of the frontier. But here, on the edge of the empire, the rules bend like the willow trees by the river. The soldier steps out of the camp and onto the main street of the Vicus. The road here is not as straight or as well paved as the military roads. It is a little uneven, lined with buildings made of timber and wattle and daub. The whitewash on the walls is peeling in places, revealing the brown mud beneath. It is not perfect, but it is lived in. The light is softer here. The shadows are stretching long across the street. The noise of the camp, the clatter of metal, the shouting of centurions fades away, replaced by the gentler sounds of domestic life. A dog barks in the distance, a lazy, rhythmic sound that echoes off the wooden walls. A cart is being pulled slowly by an ox, the wooden wheels creaking with a low, groaning sound. Creak, creak, creak. The ox does not hurry. The driver does not shout. They are moving at the speed of the evening. The soldier walks past a shop selling pottery. The merchant is packing up his wares for the night. He moves slowly, picking up each clay bowl and jar with care, wrapping them in straw and placing them in a wooden crate. The terracotta is red and rough to the touch. There are small oil lamps, lucerne, arranged in rows. Some have simple designs stamped into the clay, a leaf, a bird, a geometric pattern. The soldier stops for a moment to look, not because he needs a lamp, but simply to pass the time. He picks one up, feeling the cool clay in his hand. He runs his thumb over the spout where the wick would go. It is smooth and cold. He places it back down. The merchant nods, a silent gesture of peace. There is no pressure to buy. There is no pressure to speak. The transaction of the moment is simply existence. Further down the street, the soldier sees a woman. She is not a princess or a noblewoman from the stories. She is a local woman, perhaps born in this village or one nearby. She wears a simple tunic of undyed wool, belted at the waist with a woven cord. Her hair is pulled back, covered by a light scarf to keep the dust away. She is sweeping the front step of a small house. The broom is made of bundles of twigs tied together. It makes a scratching sound against the stone step. Swish, swish, swish. The sound is hypnotic. It is the sound of putting the day in order. She does not look up as the soldier approaches. She is focused on the dust, moving it from the stone to the street. This is how they meet. Not with grand gestures or poetic words, but in the shared space of the evening routine. The soldier knows her. He has known her for 3 years. In the eyes of the law, she is nothing to him. In the reality of the Vicus, she is his wife in all but name. They have a routine, built on the slow accumulation of quiet moments like this one. He stops a few feet away, leaning his shoulder against the wooden post of the awning that covers the walkway. The wood is old and weathered, with deep cracks running through the grain. He traces a crack with his finger, feeling the texture of the dry timber. "The wind is low tonight," he says. His voice is low, barely rising above the sound of the broom. The woman stops sweeping. She stands up straight, placing a hand on the small of her back to stretch. She looks at the sky, then at him. Her expression is calm, tired but content. "It is," she replies. "The dust is settling early." That is all. There is no dramatic reunion. There is just the acknowledgement of the weather which dictates so much of their lives. If it rains, the roads become mud. If it is dry, the dust coats everything. Discussing the weather is the most Roman of conversations. It is a way of agreeing on the reality of the world. She goes back to sweeping. Swish, swish. The soldier watches. He is not impatient. He is resting. His legs are tired from standing on the watchtower. The simple act of leaning against the post feels like a luxury. He watches the dust motes dancing in the last rays of the sun. They float in the air, golden and weightless, turning and twisting in invisible currents. You can close your eyes and see the dust. You can feel the coolness of the evening air touching your skin. The day is over. The responsibilities are finished. Down the street, a man is lighting the public oil lamps. He carries a long pole with a small flame at the end. He reaches up to the lamps hanging from the corners of the buildings. One by one, little points of yellow light appear in the gathering gloom. They are not bright. They do not banish the dark, they only soften it. The light flickers, casting moving shadows on the walls. The flame consumes the olive oil slowly, releasing a faint, heavy scent that mixes with the wood smoke. The soldier pushes off from the post. He takes a few steps closer to the woman. She has finished sweeping now. She taps the broom against the ground to shake loose the last of the dirt. Tap, tap. She leans the broom against the wall next to the door. "The stew is ready," she says softly. "Lentils and bacon." "Good," he says. "I am hungry." They do not go inside immediately. They stand there for a moment longer, watching the street. Other soldiers are walking by, some alone, some in pairs. They talk in low voices, their Latin mixed with words from the local language, Celtic or Germanic or Punic, depending on where the legion is stationed. The sounds blend together into a low hum, a river of voices flowing through the twilight. A cart passes by, carrying empty barrels back from the market. The wheels rumble. The driver whistles a tuneless melody, a song that has no beginning and no end. It is just a sound to fill the silence. The soldier looks at the woman's hands. They are rough like his, hands that work. She notices him looking and brushes a stray lock of hair from her forehead. It is a small human movement. There is no pretense here. They are two people existing in the vast, slow machinery of the empire. In the house behind her, a child laughs. It is a muffled sound coming from the back room. The soldier's face softens. This, too, is part of the unofficial life. Children born in the Vicus, children of the Legion. They grow up with the sound of trumpets and the smell of armor polish. They are the future recruits, the future wives of soldiers. The cycle continues, slow and unbroken. "Did the grain arrive?" the soldier asks. He is asking about the household supplies. "This morning," she answers. "The price was high, but the quality is good." "We have enough then." "We have enough." Simple assurances. The basics of survival are secured. There is food, there is shelter, there is quiet. The sun has fully set now. The sky is a deep indigo, rapidly turning to black. The first stars are visible, faint pinpricks of white light high above. The constellation of Orion is rising in the east, the hunter climbing the night sky. The Romans know the stars well. They use them to navigate, to tell time, to measure the seasons. But tonight, the stars are just decoration. The soldier and the woman turn and enter the house. The door closes with a soft thud, shutting out the street. Inside, the room is small and dim, lit only by a single oil lamp on a low wooden table. The light is warm and yellow, creating a circle of visibility in the center of the room. The corners are lost in shadow. There is a simple table, 2 stools, and a shelf on the wall holding a few clay cups. The floor is packed earth, covered with woven reed mats. It is clean. It is quiet. The air inside smells of the lentil stew simmering in a pot near the hearth. It is a savory, comforting smell. The soldier sits on one of the stools. He unlaces his sandals, pulling them off one by one. He rubs his feet, feeling the blood return to his soles. The woman takes a ladle and stirs the pot. The spoon scrapes against the bottom of the pot. Scrape, scrape. This is how they met, and this is how they meet every day. There is no grand romance to recount. There is no forbidden love affair that threatens the stability of the Legion. There is only this: a man and a woman sharing a meal at the end of the day under the protection of the Roman peace. The empire is vast. It stretches from the rainy moors of Scotland to the burning sands of Syria. It is filled with marble temples, golden statues, and shouting emperors. But for most people, for the millions of subjects and the thousands of soldiers, the empire is small. It is the size of a room. It is the size of a bowl of lentils. It is the warmth of a fire and the stillness of the night. As you listen to this, imagine the stillness. The world outside is dark. The Vicus is quieting down. The shops are closed. The donkeys are asleep in their stables. The chickens are roosting. The only movement is the flicker of the lamp flame and the rising steam from the bowl. You do not need to worry about what happens next. Nothing happens next. They will eat. They will sleep. The sun will rise again tomorrow. The routine will repeat. It has repeated for centuries, and in this story it will repeat forever. The soldier takes a piece of bread. It is coarse, dark bread baked with whole grains. He breaks it in half. The crust cracks. He dips it into the stew. He eats slowly, chewing methodically. The food is warm and filling. It settles in his stomach, making him feel heavy and relaxed. The woman sits opposite him. She has her own bowl. She eats with small, delicate movements. They do not speak while they eat. There is no need. They are comfortable in the silence. The silence is a companion. It sits at the table with them, welcome and familiar. Outside, the wind picks up slightly, rustling the thatched roof. It is a gentle sound like a whisper. Hush, hush. The world is saying hush. The soldier finishes his meal. He pushes the bowl away slightly. He leans his elbows on the table and rubs his face with his hands. The friction of his palms against his stubble makes a rasping sound. He is tired, but it is a good tired. It is the tiredness of a day lived without catastrophe. The centurion is checking equipment tomorrow, he murmurs, his voice sleepy. Will yours pass? She asks, knowing the answer. Yes, I oiled the leather yesterday. It is soft. Good. Details of the kit. The maintenance of leather and iron. These are the things that matter, not the politics of the Senate, just the condition of a belt, the sharpness of a dagger, the waterproofing of a cloak. The lamp is burning low. The oil is almost gone. The flame is getting smaller, shrinking into a tiny blue bead. The shadows in the room are growing, moving closer to the center. The darkness is wrapping around them like a heavy blanket. The woman stands up and takes the bowls. She places them in a bucket of water to soak. The water ripples. She wipes her hands on a cloth. It is time to sleep, she says. Yes, the soldier agrees. It is time. They move towards the sleeping area at the back of the house. It is separated from the main room by a heavy wool curtain. The soldier pulls the curtain aside. The rings slide on the rod. Slide. Inside, there is a mattress stuffed with straw and wool, raised off the ground on a wooden frame. It is covered with thick blankets. The room is cool. It is the perfect temperature for sleeping. The soldier lies down. The straw mattress rustles under his weight, adjusting to his shape. He pulls the blanket up to his chin. The wool is scratchy but warm. He closes his eyes. He listens to the breathing of the woman next to him. He listens to the wind outside. He listens to the distant, rhythmic footsteps of the night watch patrol walking through the Vicus. Step, step, step. The sound of the boots on the dirt road gets softer and softer as the patrol moves away, fading into the distance, fading into the night, fading into history. The camp is secure. The walls are high. The gates are barred. The watchmen are awake so that the soldier can sleep. And he does sleep. His breathing slows down, deep, rhythmic breaths, in and out, in and out. The Roman Empire is asleep. The marble statues are asleep. The roads are empty. The dust has settled. Everything is still. There is nothing left to do but drift. Drift like the smoke from the dying fire. Drift like the dust in the moonlight. The scene holds here, frozen in a peaceful moment of antiquity. A soldier, a woman, a quiet room, a sleeping town. The narrative rests, the words slow down. Waiting, breathing, sleeping. The night deepens, but the world does not stop completely. It merely slows down, shifting its weight from the work of the day to the restoration of the body. A short distance away from the quiet house where the soldier sleeps, there is another building in the Vicus. It is larger than the wooden homes. It is built of stone and brick, solid and enduring. From its roof, white plumes of steam rise steadily into the dark sky, disappearing like ghosts among the stars. This is the bathhouse, the thermi. It is the heart of the evening for those who are not yet asleep. Walk towards it. The air around the building is warmer than the surrounding night. You can feel the heat radiating from the brick walls, a stored warmth that pushes back the chill of the evening breeze. There is a smell here that is distinct and clean, the scent of wood smoke from the furnaces, mixed with damp stone and olive oil. The entrance is an open archway. There is no door to knock on. You simply step from the dirt of the street onto a floor of smooth, geometric tiles. The noise of the outside world, the wind, the distant dogs, fades away, replaced by the sound of water. Water dripping, water flowing, water splashing softly against stone. Drip, drip, splash. Inside, the light is dim and golden. Oil lamps sit in niches carved into the walls, their flames reflecting off the damp surfaces. The walls are painted in deep reds and ochres, colors that feel warm and enclosing. The ceiling is vaulted, curved like the inside of a shell, catching the echoes of low voices and turning them into a continuous, soothing hum. A soldier sits on a stone bench in the apoditerium, the changing room. He is tired. His movements are heavy and slow. He unbuckles his belt, the leather creaking as he folds it. He places it in a wooden cubbyhole behind him. Next to it, he places his tunic. He is not in a hurry to bathe. He is enjoying the simple act of sitting down, his bare feet touching the cool mosaic floor. The floor is made of thousands of tiny stone cubes, tesserae, arranged in a pattern of waves, black and white, endless waves that never break. He traces the pattern with his eyes, following a single line of white stones as it curves and loops across the room. It is a maze with no exit, a path that goes nowhere. It is restful to look at. He is waiting, not anxiously, but with the patience of a man who has nowhere else to be. Across the room, near the entrance to the warm rooms, a woman stands. She is an attendant of the baths, or perhaps just a resident of the Vicus finishing her own washing. She is folding towels, thick, coarse linen cloths that have been dried near the furnace. She folds them with rhythmic precision, corner to corner. Smooth the fabric, fold again. Swish, pat, fold. The soldier watches her. It is not a stare of intent, but a gaze of shared existence. They are two people in a warm room while the night is cold outside. The water is hot tonight, she says, her voice carrying softly across the tiled space. The acoustics of the bathhouse make her voice sound melodic, slightly hollow. The stoker has done his job well, the soldier replies. He leans back against the wall, the stone cool against his skin. There is new oil, she adds, gesturing to a row of small clay jars on a shelf, infused with rosemary. I will try it. He does not move to get it yet. He just sits. The conversation is sparse. In the Roman world, silence is not awkward. It is space. Space to think or space to not think. Eventually, he stands up. He wraps a towel around his waist and moves towards the tepidarium, the warm room. He passes the woman. She hands him a small jar of the oil. Their fingers brush for a second, rough skin against rough skin, a momentary connection. She nods and he nods. It is a transaction of care, simple and human. He enters the warm room. Here, the air is thick and heavy. It feels like breathing in a soft blanket. The heat comes not from a fire in the room, but from the floor itself. The hypocaust system is working beneath his feet. Hot air from the furnaces circulating through hollow spaces under the floor tiles. The warmth rises up through the soles of his feet, traveling up his legs, relaxing muscles that have been tight all day from marching and standing. He finds a spot on a marble bench and sits. There are other men here and some women too, sitting in the haze. The strict separation of the city baths in Rome is often relaxed here on the frontier. It is a community space. People speak in whispers. A low murmur of Latin, quiet and indistinct. You don't need to hear the words. The tone is enough. It is the tone of people letting go of the day. The soldier pours a little oil into his palm. The liquid is golden and viscous. It smells sharp and green like the hills in summer. He begins to rub it into his arm. Long, slow strokes, from the wrist to the elbow, from the elbow to the shoulder. He works the oil into the skin, feeling the tension dissolve. The friction generates heat. His skin glistens in the dim light. He closes his eyes. Listen to the sounds of the room. The clink of a small metal flask being set down on stone. The slap of wet feet walking across the tiles. The deep exhale of someone sinking into a pool of water in the next room. The humidity is high here. Condensation gathers on the ceiling. Every few minutes, a droplet becomes too heavy and falls. Plip. It hits the floor with a tiny, distinct sound. Plip. You can count the seconds between them. 1, 2, 3, plip. The soldier moves to his other arm. He takes his time. There is no clock here. The passage of time is measured only by the cooling of the body or the drying of the skin. He massages his neck, tilting his head back. He looks up at the curved ceiling, obscured by the steam. It is like looking into a cloud. A woman enters from the caldarium, the hot room. She is flushed from the heat, her skin pink and damp. She carries a strigil, a curved metal tool used for scraping oil and dirt from the skin. She sits on the bench opposite the soldier. She does not look at him, but she is aware of him. She begins to scrape her arm with the strigil. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It is a rhythmic, rasping sound. Metal on skin, removing the oil. It is a grooming ritual that every Roman knows. It is repetitive and satisfying. The soldier watches the motion, lulled by the rhythm. The legion marches in 2 days, she asks, not looking up. She is focused on her arm. No, the soldier answers, his eyes still closed. We stay. The winter quarters are set. That is good, she says. The winters are cold alone. Yes, they are. They are talking about the future, but only the immediate future. The winter, the cold, the comfort of presence. This is how relationships are maintained in the shadow of the camp. Small confirmations of stability. The soldier stands up slowly. His limbs feel loose and heavy, like they are made of warm lead. He moves towards the archway that leads to the caldarium. The heat intensifies as he gets closer. Steam billows out, white and thick. He disappears into the fog. Let us stay here in the tepidarium for a moment. The bench is empty now. The oil jar sits on the stone. The woman continues her scraping, Scrape, scrape. The sound echoes off the walls. The condensation drips, plip. The atmosphere is almost liquid. The air is so thick you could swim in it. It supports you. It holds you up. You don't need to make any effort. You can just exist in this warm, gray space. Outside the bathhouse, the night has become fully dark. The moon has risen, a pale silver coin in the black sky. Its light reflects off the puddles in the street, creating little mirrors on the ground. A cat walks along the edge of the roof, its silhouette sharp against the stars. It moves silently, placing each paw with care. It stops to lick a paw, then continues its patrol. It is looking for mice near the grain stores. It has its own routine, its own boring history. Back inside, the soldier has finished in the hot room. He has sweated out the dust of the camp. He has rinsed himself with cold water in the frigidarium, a shock that tightens the skin and wakes the spirit just enough to walk home. He is dressed again in his tunic. His hair is wet, plastered to his forehead. He feels clean. He walks back through the changing room. The woman who was folding towels is gone. The pile of towels is neat and high, a tower of white linen. The lamps are burning lower. The oil is being consumed. He steps out of the bathhouse and into the cool night air. The contrast is sharp. The air feels crisp and thin after the humidity of the baths. He takes a deep breath. It smells of night-blooming jasmine from a nearby garden and the ever-present wood smoke. He begins the walk to the house where the first woman from the first part of our story is sleeping. He is not the same man, perhaps, or maybe he is. In the dark, all soldiers look alike. They are all silhouettes walking quietly on gravel. He walks past a tavern. It is late and the tavern is quiet. The shutters are closed, but a sliver of light escapes through a crack. Inside, men are talking low over cups of watered wine. There is no shouting, no brawling, just the murmur of voices discussing the price of leather, the quality of the harvest, the letters from home. The soldier does not stop. He wants his bed. He walks past a shrine dedicated to the Lares, the household gods. It is a small niche in a wall containing 2 small figurines and a painted snake. Someone has left a small offering, a piece of honeycomb on a leaf. The ants have found it. They are moving in a line, carrying tiny pieces of wax away. Even in the night, the smallest creatures are working. The soldier reaches the house. He opens the door quietly. The hinges have been oiled, they do not squeak. He steps inside. The room is dark, lit only by the embers of the fire in the hearth. A faint red glow pulses in the ashes. Pulse, pulse. He navigates the room by memory. He knows where the table is. He knows where the stool is. He moves with the grace of familiarity. He reaches the sleeping area. The curtain is still drawn. He slips behind it. The woman stirs but does not wake. She shifts, making space for him. He lies down. The mattress is warm. The blankets are heavy. He lies on his back, staring up at the darkness. His body is clean, warm, and tired. The sound of the bathhouse water is still in his ears. Drip, drip, splash. It mixes with the sound of the wind outside. He closes his eyes. The images of the day float behind his eyelids. The dust of the road, the red clay of the lamp, the white steam of the baths, the rhythmic sweeping of the broom. They are all just fragments, boring, peaceful fragments. There is no war tonight. There is no marching orders. There is only the slow, steady beat of his own heart. Thump, 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 thump. The Roman Empire is vast and powerful, but tonight it is just a background for sleep. It is the stone walls that keep the wind out. It is the road that brought him here. It is the silence that allows him to rest. The night stretches out. Hours of darkness lie ahead, hours of nothing. The soldier's breathing deepens. He joins the woman in sleep, 2 breaths synchronized in the quiet room. The house stands still, the street stands still, the camp stands still. The dust settles on the windowsill. Waiting, resting, drifting. The night has now settled fully over the landscape. The moon, a heavy, luminous sphere, has climbed high above the watchtowers of the camp, casting long, sharp shadows across the gravel roads. The air outside has grown colder, the kind of damp chill that seeps into the stones and makes the grass glisten with the first hint of dew. But there is a place in the Vicus where the cold cannot reach. Down a narrow alleyway past the sleeping houses and the shuttered shops, there is a building that never truly sleeps. It is the bakery, the pistrinum. While the rest of the world drifts in the silence of dreams, the bakery is beginning its slow, rhythmic work. The legion needs bread, the village needs bread, and bread takes time. Walk towards the light spilling from under the wooden door. Even before you reach it, you can smell it. It is a thick, comforting scent, warm yeast, toasted grain, and the sweet, dry smell of flour dust. It is a primal smell, one that speaks of safety and sustenance. Push the heavy door open. It swings inward with a low groan of timber on iron hinges. Creak. Inside, the world changes. The air is hot and dry, a stark contrast to the damp night outside. The primary light comes from the mouth of the great brick oven, the fornax, which dominates the back wall. Inside its arched opening, a fire burns steadily. It is not a roaring, chaotic fire, but a bed of deep red coals, glowing with an intense, pulsing heat. The light from the coals paints the room in shades of orange and bronze. A woman stands at a large wooden table in the center of the room. She is the pistrix, the baker. Her arms are dusted with white flour, pale against her skin. She is wearing a simple linen tunic, tied back to keep it clean. Her hair is covered by a cloth cap. She is focused entirely on the task before her. She is kneading dough. A massive mound of pale dough sits on the scarred oak table. She pushes the heels of her hands into it, leaning her weight forward. Press. Then she folds the dough over. Fold. Then she turns it slightly. Turn. Press, fold, turn. The rhythm is slow and hypnotic. It is the heartbeat of the room. Thump, swish, thump, swish. She does not rush. The dough resists, then yields. It is elastic and heavy. She works it with the patience of someone who has done this 10,000 times. There is no thought required, only the muscle memory of the movement. In the corner of the room, sitting on an overturned crate, is a soldier. He is older, a veteran with gray showing in his beard. He is technically on patrol, one of the night watch, but his route brings him here, to the warmth. He has leaned his spear, the pilum, against the wall. He holds a ceramic cup in his hands, wrapping his fingers around it to soak up the warmth of the hot water inside. He is not saying anything. He is simply watching the woman work. His eyes follow the motion of her hands. Press, fold, turn. It is better than staring at the dark tree line outside. Here there is purpose. Here there is creation. The only sounds are the fire and the dough. Occasionally, a log in the oven shifts, settling into the ash with a soft crumble sound. Sparks drift up the chimney, vanishing into the night. The soldier takes a sip from his cup. The steam rises, curling around his nose. He lowers the cup quietly. The flour is fine today, he observes. His voice is gravelly, low, barely disturbing the silence. The woman does not stop kneading. She nods, a small motion of her head. "It is Egyptian grain," she says softly. "It arrived on the river barges 2 days ago. It drinks the water well." "Egyptian," the soldier repeats. He looks into the middle distance. "That is a long way for a seed to travel." "It is." They fall silent again. The geography of the empire is discussed in terms of grain sacks and river barges. The vast distances of the Roman world are measured in the time it takes for a loaf of bread to rise. The woman pauses. She reaches for a handful of flour from a wooden bin and scatters it across the table. Swish. The white dust settles like snow on a landscape. She resumes kneading. The friction of the dough against the wood changes pitch slightly with the fresh flour. It becomes a softer, sliding sound. The soldier shifts his weight on the crate. The wood creaks beneath him. He is comfortable here. The heat of the oven penetrates his leather armor, warming his back. He feels his eyelids growing heavy, but he keeps them open. He is the guardian of the peace, even here in the bakery. "Do you need wood brought in?" he asks. It is a polite offer, a way to justify his presence. "Not yet," she answers. "The pile is high enough for this batch." "I will bring some before I leave," he states. It is not a question. It is a small service, a payment for the warmth. She divides the large mass of dough into smaller portions. She uses a metal scraper to cut through the glutinous mass. Slice. She takes each piece and rolls it between her palms, shaping it into a round loaf. She presses a wooden stamp into the top of each one. The stamp marks the bread, perhaps with the name of the bakery or a symbol of the legion. Press. Release. She places the loaves on a wooden peel, a long-handled shovel used to slide them into the oven. She moves to the oven mouth. The heat hits her face, illuminating her features. She slides the peel in. Slide. She jerks it back. Snap. The loaf stays inside, sitting on the hot brick floor of the oven. She repeats this. Slide, snap, slide, snap. One by one, the loaves disappear into the fiery cave. They sit in rows, beginning their slow transformation. The smell in the room changes. It shifts from the smell of raw yeast to the smell of baking bread. It is a richer, sweeter scent. It is the smell of hunger being answered. The soldier breathes it in deep. It reminds him of home. Not a specific house, but the general concept of home. A place where there is food and fire. "The night is quiet," the soldier says. "It is," the woman agrees. She wipes her hands on a cloth hanging from her belt. The wind has died down. The sentries reported a fox near the northern wall. Nothing else. "A fox," she echoes, "looking for scraps." "Like all of us," the soldier murmurs, a faint smile touching his lips. It is a small joke, a dry Roman joke. She smiles too, just a little. She moves to a large clay jar in the corner and ladles water into a bowl. She begins to mix a new batch. Water, flour, salt, leaven. The ingredients are simple. The magic is in the waiting. The soldier stands up. His joints pop softly. He picks up his spear. The wood of the shaft is polished smooth by years of handling. "I should finish my round," he says. He does not want to go, but the routine governs him. "Walk safely," she says. She does not look up from the water she is pouring. Splash, trickle. "I will return for the wood," he promises. He walks to the door. He opens it, and the cold night air rushes in, swirling with the warm air of the bakery. For a second, the two atmospheres battle. the cold blue night against the warm orange room. Then he steps out and the door closes. Thud. The woman is alone again, but she is not lonely. She has the fire, she has the dough, she has the rhythm. Outside, the soldier stands for a moment, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness. The warmth of the bakery lingers on his skin. He starts to walk. Crunch, crunch, crunch. He walks past the grain storehouse. It is a massive building, raised on stone pillars to keep the rats out. He can hear the faint scratching of rodents underneath the floor. They are trying to find a way in. They never stop. The cats of the camp are waiting for them. It is a silent war that happens every night. He walks past a small garden plot behind a house. The cabbages are dark shapes in the moonlight. The leaves are wet with dew. A snail moves slowly across a leaf. It moves so slowly it seems motionless. If you watched it for an hour, it would move only inches. This is the speed of the night. The soldier looks up at the sky. The stars have shifted. The constellations have rotated around the pole star. Time is moving, indifferent to the empire below. He reaches the edge of the Vicus. Here the buildings stop and the open fields begin. The grass is tall and silver in the moonlight. The wind moves through it like waves on the ocean. Rustle, swish, rustle. He stops and leans on his spear. He looks out at the emptiness. There is no enemy there, just the hills and the trees and the wind. He is guarding nothing but the silence. Far away an owl hoots, hoo, hoo, hoo. It is a lonely, haunting sound. It echoes off the distant trees, then silence again. The soldier closes his eyes for a second. He imagines the loaves of bread rising in the oven back in the bakery. He imagines the crust turning golden brown. He imagines the woman wiping flour from her forehead. These are the things he fights for, not the glory of Rome, but the bread, the fire, the quiet moments in the middle of the night. He opens his eyes. He shifts his spear to the other shoulder. He turns and walks back towards the camp. His patrol is a circle. It always ends where it began. Back in the bakery, the woman sits on the stool for a moment while the bread bakes. She listens to the fire, crackle, pop. She watches the coals glow. The heat is a physical weight pressing against her eyelids. She is tired, but it is a peaceful tiredness. The work is good. The morning will come, and with it the hungry men. But for now, the bread is her secret. She rests her head in her hands. She breathes slowly. In, out, in, out. The room is a cocoon. The world outside does not exist. There is only this room, this heat, this smell. The timeline of the night stretches out. There is no rush to check the bread. It will be ready when it is ready. The nose knows. The baker knows. The dust motes in the air dance in the updraft from the fire. Millions of tiny particles, floating, turning, rising. They are like stars in their own small universe. Everything is slow, everything is heavy, everything is calm. The Roman night continues its long, slow march towards dawn, but dawn is still far away. There are many hours of darkness left, many hours of silence. Sleep is close. Even for those who are awake, the mind drifts towards sleep. The boundary between waking and dreaming is thin here. The fire glows, the soldier walks, the grass waves. The world breathes. Waiting. Softening. Sleeping. The night has moved past its midpoint. The moon has crossed the zenith of the sky and is beginning its slow slide towards the western horizon. The shadows in the Vicus have shifted, lengthening and changing direction, but the silence remains constant. It is a deep, heavy silence. the kind that feels like a physical weight pressing down on the roofs of the houses. Leave the bakery now. Leave the smell of the warm bread behind. Walk further away from the center of the settlement, towards the edge where the buildings are larger and the smells are earthier. Here, the air carries the scent of dry straw, sweet oats, and the musk of animals. This is the stable block. It is a long, low building made of timber, with a roof of thatched reed that hangs low over the eaves. It houses the mules of the baggage train and the horses of the cavalry officers and scouts. It is a place of rest for the beasts that carry the empire on their backs. Approach the wide double doors. They are open slightly, just enough to let the air circulate. Inside, it is darker than the street. The light from the moon struggles to penetrate the gloom, catching only on the floating particles of dust and hay chaff that hang in the air. Step inside. The ground changes beneath your feet. It is no longer hard-packed dirt or gravel. It is soft, covered in a thick layer of straw and dried rushes. Your footsteps make no sound here. They are absorbed by the bedding. Hush, hush. The temperature is warm. The body heat of 50 large animals trapped under one roof creates a natural warmth that defies the chill of the night. It is a humid, living warmth. Listen to the sound of the stable. It is not silent, but it is quiet. It is a symphony of small, living noises. The sound of a heavy hoof shifting in the straw. Rustle. The sound of a deep, slow exhale through large nostrils. Whoosh. The sound of teeth grinding lazily on a mouthful of hay. Crunch. Crunch. The sound of a tail swishing against a flank to chase away an imaginary fly. Swish. Walk down the central aisle. On either side, wooden partitions separate the stalls. In each stall, a dark shape stands or lies. Most of the horses are asleep. Some sleep standing up, their heads lowered, their bottom lips drooping in relaxation. Others are lying down, legs tucked beneath them, looking like mounds of dark earth. In one of the stalls, halfway down the line, a man is awake. He is a stable hand, or perhaps a soldier from the Terma, the cavalry unit, who finds peace in the company of animals. He is not doing anything urgent. He is simply performing the slow, meditative work of maintenance. He stands next to a large bay mare. The horse is awake but calm. She stands still, her head resting near the man's shoulder. The man holds a brush, a stiff-bristled tool made of wood and coarse hair. He is grooming the horse. He moves the brush in long, sweeping arcs along the horse's neck. Stroke, lift, stroke, lift. The bristles make a scratching sound against the horse's coat. It is a rhythmic, soothing sound. Scritch, scratch. He moves to the shoulder. Stroke, lift. He moves to the flank. Stroke, lift. The horse leans slightly into the pressure. Her skin twitches reflexively, a ripple of muscle moving under the sleek coat. She lets out a low, vibrating rumble from her chest. It is a sound of contentment. The man does not speak to the horse in full sentences. He makes soft, clicking sounds with his tongue. Tusk, tusk. He murmurs low, meaningless sounds. Easy now, that's it, steady. The words don't matter. It is the tone that matters. It is a lullaby for a creature that does not understand language, only intent. There is a small oil lamp hanging from a hook on the stall post. The flame is shielded by a thin sheet of horn, casting a dull, amber glow. It lights up the man's hands and the side of the horse. The rest of the stable fades into blackness. Watch the dust rise from the coat as he brushes. Tiny motes of dander and dried mud float up into the beam of light. They swirl and dance before settling back down into the straw. The man stops brushing. He runs his hand over the horse's neck, checking for any bumps or heat. His palm is rough, but his touch is gentle. He feels the warmth of the animal, the pulse of blood beneath the skin. It is a connection to something living, something simple. He moves to the front of the stall. There is a wooden manger filled with hay. He reaches into a sack on the floor and pulls out a handful of dried apples, wrinkled and brown. He holds them out flat on his palm. The horse smells the treat. Her ears twitch forward. She lowers her nose. Her velvet lips brush against his palm, soft and wet. She takes the apples gently. Munch, munch. The sound of chewing is loud in the quiet stable. It is a steady, rhythmic grinding. The man wipes his hand on his tunic. He leans against the wooden partition, resting. He watches the horse eat. This is a scene that has happened every night for 1,000 years. A man and a horse in a stable. There is no war here. There is no strategy. There is only the care of the animal. Down the aisle, another horse snorts. It is a sharp, sudden sound that echoes briefly in the rafters. Then silence returns. A hoof strikes the wood of a stall. Thud. Then silence. The smell of the stable is complex. Underneath the hay and the animals, there is the smell of leather oil and pine tar. Hanging on the walls are the saddles and bridles of the unit. The leather is dark and supple, conditioned to withstand the rain and the sweat. The bronze buckles glint dully in the shadows. The man picks up a cloth and a small tin of fat. He begins to polish a bridle hanging on a peg. He rubs the fat into the leather straps. Rub, rub, rub. The leather squeaks softly as he works it. Squeak, squeak. He works slowly. He is not trying to finish quickly. He is just passing the time. He works the grease into the stitching, making sure the leather remains flexible. If the leather is hard, it will chafe the horse. If it chafes the horse cannot work. It is a chain of cause and effect that keeps the empire moving, but right now, it is just a man rubbing grease into a strap. Focus on the motion of his thumb, circling the leather, over and over, a small circle, then another small circle. The air is thick with tranquility. The heavy breathing of the surrounding animals creates a white noise, a backdrop of life. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. It is the sound of a giant, sleeping organism. A barn owl, which has made its home in the high beams of the roof, shifts its weight. A tiny feather drifts down from the darkness above. It falls slowly, swaying side to side, catching the light for a brief second before landing silently in the straw. The man finishes with the bridle. He hangs it back on the peg. He pats the horse one last time on the neck. "Sleep now," he whispers. He picks up the lamp. The shadows swing wildly as the light source moves. The wooden posts of the stalls seem to lean in and out. He walks towards the door, his boots sinking into the straw. He pauses at the entrance to look back. The rows of stalls are quiet. The rumps of the horses are dark mounds. The stable is safe. He steps outside. The air is fresh and cold. He closes the heavy doors, leaving only a small crack. He latches it, click. He stands there for a moment, the smell of the stable clinging to his clothes. He looks towards the east. The sky is still black, but perhaps, just perhaps, the stars are a little less bright than they were an hour ago. The night is turning. He begins to walk back towards the barracks. His path takes him along the perimeter of the Vicus. To his left is the ditch and the rampart of the camp. The wooden stakes of the palisade stand like black teeth against the sky. A sentry walks along the top of the wall. The sentry does not see him, or if he does not challenge him. They are both creatures of the night. The ground here is uneven. The soldier watches his step. He avoids a puddle. He steps over a rut left by a wagon wheel. He is mindful, but he is not anxious. He passes a small enclosure where a few goats are kept. The goats are huddled together for warmth. One of them bleats softly, a shaky, sleepy sound. Ma, the soldier ignores it. Goats are always complaining. He reaches a water trough near the center of the village. It is a stone basin fed by a wooden pipe. The water flows continuously, trickle, gurgle, splash. The sound of water is everywhere in a Roman settlement. They are masters of water. Even here, on the edge of the world, the water flows. He stops to wash his hands. He dips them into the cold water. It shocks him, waking him up slightly. He scrubs the horse oil and the dust from his skin. The water turns cloudy for a moment, then clears as the flow carries the dirt away. He shakes his hands dry. Drops of water fly off his fingertips and land in the dust. Splat, splat. He continues his walk. The Vicus is a labyrinth of shadows, but he knows the way. He knows which board on the walkway is loose. He knows which corner has the sharp stone. He is heading towards the barracks inside the camp walls now. He approaches the side gate, the Porta Principalis. The guard on duty is leaning on his shield. "Quiet night?" the guard asks. "Quiet," the man replies. "The horses are settled." "Good." The man slips through the small pedestrian door cut into the main gate. He is back inside the fortress. The geometry here is stricter. The roads are straight. The tents and barracks are arranged in perfect grids. It is order imposed on chaos. But even here, the silence rules. The thousands of men sleeping in these blocks are silent. The armor is packed away. The swords are sheathed. The man walks to his block. He opens the door to his room. It smells of men and wool and old sweat. It is a familiar, brotherly smell. He finds his bunk. He does not light a lamp. He does not need to. He sits on the edge of the bed. He unlaces his boots. He places them neatly by the foot of the bed. Everything has its place. He lies down. The straw mattress is thin, but he is used to it. He pulls his blanket up. He stares at the ceiling, which is just a few feet above his face. He can still hear the phantom sounds of the stable, the chewing, the breathing, the swishing tails. It is a comforting rhythm to fall asleep to. The image of the horse's eye, dark and reflective in the lamplight, stays in his mind. A pool of calm. The Roman night is long. It is a vast ocean of time that must be crossed every single night. But it is a peaceful crossing. There are no storms tonight. The man closes his eyes. His breathing slows to match the rhythm of the sleeper in the bunk above him. The camp sleeps, the village sleeps, the horses sleep. The wind blows gently over the walls, carrying the seeds of the grass from the fields beyond. Drifting, floating, settling. The world is still, waiting for the dawn, but not yet, not yet. There is still time to rest. The night has now entered its deepest phase. It is the time the Romans call the Tertia Vigilia, the third watch. This is the hour when the world is at its most silent, when the separation between the earth and the sky feels thinnest. The moon has sunk low, hiding behind the silhouette of the distant forest, leaving the landscape painted in shades of charcoal and deep indigo. High above the ground, on the walkway of the camp's defensive wall, a soldier stands guard. He is a sentinel, a statue of flesh and iron standing against the backdrop of the infinite night. The wall is a massive structure. In this permanent camp, it is built of stone blocks at the base, topped with a sturdy timber palisade. The walkway where the soldier stands is made of wooden planks. They are thick, rough-hewn oak boards that have weathered many winters. Under his feet, the wood feels solid, unyielding. The soldier is wrapped in his pinula, a heavy, hooded cloak made of thick, felted wool. It is a dull brown color, the color of the earth. The wool is oily and dense, designed to repel the rain and trap the body's heat. He has pulled the hood up over his helmet, creating a small, private cave of warmth around his face. Inside the hood, the air is still. Outside, the wind is restless. Listen to the wind. It flows over the top of the palisade with a low, whistling sound. Woo-oh, woo-oh. It catches on the sharp points of the wooden stakes. It rustles the dry moss that grows in the cracks of the stone. It is a cold wind, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp soil from the wilderness beyond. The soldier does not fight the wind. He leans slightly into it. He shifts his weight from his left foot to his right foot. It is a slow, subtle movement, just enough to keep the blood flowing in his legs. His sandals, the caligy, are studded with iron hobnails on the soles. When he shifts, the iron nails grind softly against the wood of the walkway. Scrape, crunch. He holds his spear, the pilum. It is a heavy weapon. The shaft is made of ash wood, smooth and straight. The head is a long, thin shank of iron. He rests the butt of the spear on the planks near his foot, letting the wood bear the weight. His hand wraps loosely around the shaft. The wood is cold to the touch, but his palm has warmed it slightly. He runs his thumb over the grain of the wood, up and down, up and down. He knows every knot, every smooth patch of this spear. It is his constant companion. He looks out over the wall. What does he see? He sees the Vicus, the civilian settlement where we were before. From this height, it looks like a collection of toy blocks scattered on a dark rug. The roofs are dark shapes, slanted rectangles of thatch and tile. There are no lights down there now. The oil lamps have all burned out. The fires have turned to ash. The windows are black eyes. The village is sleeping. The baker is sleeping. The woman with the broom is sleeping. The man in the stable is sleeping. Beyond the village, there is only the vast, flat darkness of the fields. The soldier scans the horizon. He is trained to look for movement, for the glint of metal, for the shadow that moves against the wind. But there is nothing. There is no enemy army gathering in the trees. There are no barbarian raiders creeping through the grass. There is only the landscape, resting under the weight of the night. A fox runs across the field, a darker shadow against the dark grass. The soldier watches it. It stops, sniffs the air, and darts away. That is the only event of the last hour. The soldier exhales. A cloud of white mist forms in front of his face, swirling for a moment before the wind tears it away. Breath, mist, gone. He is bored. It is a profound, deep boredom. It is the boredom of safety. In the history books, Rome is a place of battles and speeches. But for the soldier, Rome is mostly standing in one place, waiting for a sunrise that is still hours away. He counts the posts of the palisade to his left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He stops at 10. He looks back to the center. He counts the posts to his right. 1, 2, 3. It is a way to pass the time. It is a meditation. Behind him, inside the camp, the rows of barracks are silent. The main streets, the Via Praetoria and the Via Principalis, are empty corridors of gravel. The geometric order of the camp is beautiful in the moonlight. Straight lines, right angles, order. Far below, near the granary, a guard dog barks once. Woof! The sound is muffled by the distance. It is not an alarm bark. It is a "I am here" bark, a lonely sound. The soldier adjusts his shield, the scutum. It is leaning against the parapet next to him. It is a large, curved rectangle of plywood covered in leather and linen, painted red with yellow wings and lightning bolts. The paint is chipped at the edges. He runs his fingers along the brass rim that protects the top edge. The metal is freezing cold. It stings his fingertips. He pulls his hand back into the warmth of his cloak. He closes his eyes for a second, just for a second. He listens to the silence. The silence is not empty. It is full of potential. It is the sound of thousands of men breathing in unison. Then he hears it. The sound of footsteps, rhythmic, precise. Crunch, 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 crunch. It is the relief patrol. The next watch is coming. The soldier opens his eyes and turns his head. Coming along the walkway from the nearest tower are 4 figures. They are wrapped in cloaks just like him. They carry spears just like him. They move as one unit, their hobnails striking the wood in perfect time. Thud, 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 thud. The leader of the patrol carries a lantern. It is a metal box with sides made of thin, scraped horn. Inside, a candle burns. The light is dim, a pale yellow glow that illuminates only their boots and the hem of their cloaks. The light swings back and forth with the rhythm of the march. Swing, swing. The soldier straightens up. He pulls his shoulders back. He lifts his spear from the ground. He is ready to be relieved. The patrol stops a few feet away. They do not shout. They do not make sudden movements. Everything is slow and practiced. The leader of the patrol steps forward. The wind flutters the flame in the lantern. "The password," the leader whispers. His voice is gravelly, tired. "Venus," the soldier replies softly. "Victrex," the leader answers. "Venus Victrex, Venus the victorious." It is the password for the night, a small secret shared between friends in the dark. The leader nods. He holds out a small object. It is a tessera, a small clay tablet with the watch orders written on it. The soldier takes it, looks at it in the dim lantern light to verify it, and hands it back. One of the men from the patrol steps out of the formation. He moves to take the soldier's place at the wall. They switch positions. It is a dance they have done 100 times. The fresh guard plants his spear. Thud. He leans his shield against the wood. Clunk. He settles his cloak. He looks out at the darkness. His watch has begun. The soldier, the one who is now off duty, steps into the empty spot in the patrol formation. He is part of the walking group now. "Move on," the leader whispers. The patrol turns. They begin to walk again. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The soldier feels a wave of relief wash over him. The responsibility is gone. The cold wind is no longer his problem. He is moving towards warmth. He is moving towards sleep. They walk along the wall until they reach the stairs. They descend the wooden steps. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of the wood is different here, hollower. They reach the ground level. The gravel of the intervallum road crunches loudly under their combined weight. They walk past the ovens, which are cold now. They walk past the latrines. The patrol splits up as men reach their assigned barracks. The soldier waves a silent goodbye to the others. He turns down a narrow alleyway between 2 long barrack blocks. The buildings are low, with sloping roofs that almost touch the ground. The walls are made of wattle and daub, plastered white. They glow faintly in the starlight. He stops at a door. It is the door to his contubernium, the squad room shared by 8 men. He lifts the latch. It is a simple iron hook. Clink. He pushes the door open. The air that hits him is warm. It is thick and humid. It smells of unwashed wool, leather, dried sweat, and stale bread. To anyone else, it might be unpleasant. To the soldier, it is the sweetest smell in the world. It is the smell of safety. He steps inside and closes the door behind him. The wind is shut out. The silence of the outside is replaced by the sounds of sleep. Snoring, deep, rumbling snores, soft, whistling snores, the sound of men shifting on straw mattresses, rustle, grunt. The room is pitch black. There is no light. The soldier knows exactly where to go. He knows the layout of the room by heart. There is a small entrance area for equipment and then the sleeping quarters. He moves slowly, feeling his way. He reaches out and touches the wooden rack on the wall. He unclasps his heavy cloak. The wool is heavy, weighing down his shoulders. He lets it slide off. He folds it by feel, draping it over a peg. He unbuckles his belt, the cingulum. The metal apron straps jingle softly. Ching, ching. He places it on the shelf. He takes off his helmet. His hair is flattened and damp with sweat underneath. He rubs his scalp. It feels good. He leans his spear in the corner, next to 7 other spears. They stand together like a forest of thin trees. He does not take off his tunic. It is too cold to sleep without it. He sits on the edge of his bunk. It is the bottom bunk. He unties the leather thongs of his sandals. The leather is stiff. He works the knots loose. He pulls the sandals off. His feet are cold and sore. He rubs his arches. He swings his legs up onto the mattress. The mattress is a simple sack filled with straw. It is lumpy, but it softens under his weight. He finds his blanket, a rough wool rug. He pulls it up over his chest, then over his shoulders. He burrows into it. He lies on his side, curling his knees up to preserve warmth. The room is crowded with sleeping men, but each man is alone in his dreams. The soldier listens to the breathing of his comrades. It is a rhythmic, comforting tide. In, out. He thinks about the guard on the wall, the man standing in the wind. He is glad it is not him, not anymore. He thinks about the woman in the village. He wonders if she is still sleeping. He thinks about the morning. The trumpet will sound at dawn, the cornu. It will be loud and brassy, but that is hours away. For now, there is only the warmth of the blanket and the heaviness of his limbs. The tension in his back releases. The muscles in his legs relax. He sinks into the straw. The camp is a shell. The barracks is a nest. The bed is a womb. He drifts. The images of the night fade. The moon, the fox, the lantern, the password, Venus Victrix. They all dissolve into a gray, soft mist. The soldier sleeps. Outside, the wind continues to blow over the wall. The new guard stands his watch. The stars continue their slow rotation around the pole. The timeline of the night is vast. We have only crossed a part of it. The darkness is a continent, and we are traveling across it slowly, step by step. Everything is stable. Everything is holding. The stone does not move. The wood does not break. The empire does not fall tonight. Rest. Wait. Breathe. The night has settled deep into the bones of the camp. The wind that brushes the top of the defensive walls does not reach down here, into the heart of the fortress. Here, in the center of the military grid, there is a building dedicated entirely to silence and recovery. It is the valetudinarium, the military hospital. It is a large, square structure built around a central courtyard. It is a place apart from the barracks and the workshops. Here, the noise of the Legion is strictly forbidden. Walk towards the entrance. The doors are wide, allowing fresh air to circulate, but tonight they are draped with heavy curtains to keep out the chill. Push aside the heavy fabric. It feels coarse and thick, like a rug. Swish. You step into a long corridor. The floor is paved with smooth stones, scrubbed clean every morning. The air here is different from anywhere else in the camp. It does not smell of sweat or horses or smoke. It smells of sharp, clean things. It smells of vinegar, of dried sage, of crushed garlic, and of honey. It is a medicinal smell, sterile and calming. The hospital is designed like a maze of small rooms, all opening onto the central corridor. Most of the rooms are dark, housing soldiers recovering from the minor ailments of frontier life, a twisted ankle from a march, a fever from the rain, a cut from a tool. There are no great battle wounds here tonight. There is only rest. Walk softly down the hallway. Your sandals make no sound on the stone. The light comes from small oil lamps placed in niches along the walls. They are spaced far apart, creating pools of dim light separated by long stretches of shadow. In the center of the building is the courtyard garden. It is open to the sky. Step out into it for a moment. The moon is shining down on the raised garden beds. This is not a garden for beauty, though it is beautiful in its order. It is a garden of utility. The plants growing here are the medicines of the empire. There is rosemary, its woody stem standing stiff in the night air. There is lavender, gray-green and sleeping. There is mint, spreading low over the soil. A man is kneeling by one of the beds. He is a capsarius, a medical orderly. He is dressed in a clean, undyed tunic. He holds a small wicker basket. He is harvesting leaves by the light of the moon. Watch him work. He moves with extreme care. He reaches out and pinches a stem of sage. Snap. A dry, crisp sound. He places it in the basket. Rustle. He moves to the next stem. Snap, rustle. He is not in a hurry. The plants are not going anywhere. He needs the leaves for a poultice, but the urgency is low. The rhythm of the harvest is soothing. He checks each leaf, turning it over in his fingers to ensure it is free of insects. His hands are stained green with the juice of the plants. The smell of the fresh sage rises up, sharp and peppery. It clears the head. It is the scent of the earth's own healing power. Leave the gardener to his work. Move back inside into the warmth of the preparation room. This room is the pharmacy. It is warm here, heated by a small enclosed brazier in the corner. Shelves line the walls, filled to the brim with ceramic jars, glass vials, and wooden boxes. Each one is labeled with a small tag of papyrus or wood. Mel, acetum, papaver, honey, vinegar, poppy. Another orderly sits at a sturdy wooden table. He is preparing a salve. He holds a heavy stone pestle in his hand. Before him sits a marble mortar. Listen to the sound of his work. It is the defining sound of the room. Grind, grind, grind. He presses the pestle down into the bowl, crushing the dried herbs against the stone. He rotates his wrist in a slow circle. The stone grinds against stone. It is a low, gritty sound, continuous and rhythmic. Scrape, crush, scrape, crush. He adds a drop of olive oil from a small flask. Drip. The sound changes. It becomes smoother, wetter, squish, slide. He works the mixture into a paste. He is focused, his eyes watching the texture of the green paste. He is not thinking about the empire or the emperor. He is thinking about consistency. It must be smooth. It must be perfect. On the other side of the room, a large pot of water is simmering over the brazier. It is not boiling, just steaming gently. Clean linen bandages are soaking in the hot water. The water bubbles softly. Bloop, bloop. The steam rises, adding a note of humidity to the dry herbal air. The orderly stops grinding. He sets the pestle down, clink. He wipes his hands on a cloth. He walks over to the brazier. He uses a pair of wooden tongs to lift a bandage from the water. It drips hot water back into the pot. Drip, drip, drip. He hangs the bandage on a wooden rack to dry near the heat. The cloth is white and steaming. It is a simple object, a strip of linen, but it represents care. It represents a system that looks after its own. Beyond the pharmacy room, down another corridor, are the wards. Let us peek into one. The room is small and simple. There are 4 beds, only one is occupied. A young soldier lies there. He has a fever, nothing serious, just the heat of the summer trapped in his blood. He is asleep. His breathing is a little fast but steady. A wet cloth rests on his forehead. It has grown warm. The orderly enters the room. He moves like a ghost. He picks up the cloth from the soldier's forehead. He dips it into a bowl of cool water sitting on the bedside table. Splash. He wrings it out, squeeze, trickle. He places the cool cloth back on the soldier's forehead. The soldier sighs in his sleep, a long, releasing breath. His body relaxes as the coolness touches his skin. He does not wake up. He turns his head slightly into the pillow. The orderly straightens the blanket. He tucks the edge under the mattress. He stands there for a moment, watching, checking the rise and fall of the chest. Everything is fine. The fever is breaking. The night is doing its work. Sleep is the best physician. The orderly leaves the room. He does not close the door. He leaves it ajar so he can hear if anyone calls. But no one calls. The ward is silent. He walks back to the main desk at the end of the hall. He sits down on a stool. On the desk is a scroll, a record of the patients. He dips a reed pen into an inkwell. He makes a small mark next to a name. Scratch, scratch. The sound of the pen on the papyrus is dry and whispery. He is recording that the patient has been checked. It is a bureaucracy of care. He leans back. He is tired, but his shift is quiet. He picks up a small piece of bread from a plate and eats it. He chews slowly. The hospital feels timeless. It is a place of suspension. Outside, the world moves, guards change, bakers bake. Inside, time stops to allow the body to catch up. The light from the lamp on his desk flickers slightly. A moth has flown in. It circles the flame, casting wild, dancing shadows on the wall. The orderly watches the moth. He does not swat it. He just watches. Round and round it goes. The smell of the sage from the garden drifts down the hall, mixing with the smell of the beeswax candle. It is a heady, drowsy scent. Far away on the other side of the camp, a rooster crows. It is early, a mistake. It is still deep night. The rooster falls silent, embarrassed perhaps. The silence rushes back in to fill the gap. The orderly rests his head on his hand. His eyes grow heavy. He is not sleeping, just resting his eyes. He listens to the building. He hears the drip of the water clock in the corner. He hears the hiss of the brazier. He hears the rustle of the wind in the courtyard plants. It is a symphony of safety. The stone walls of the valetudinarium are thick. They keep out the cold. They keep out the noise. They create a sanctuary. Imagine the rows of jars on the shelves, hundreds of them, dried roots, powders, seeds, each one a tiny vessel of knowledge gathered from across the world, from the forests of Germania to the deserts of Egypt, all sitting here quiet and ready in a room in the middle of the night. The orderly opens his eyes. He stands up and stretches. He walks back to the pharmacy room. He picks up a roll of clean linen. He begins to roll it into a tight cylinder, preparing it for the next day. Roll, smooth, roll, smooth. The motion is repetitive. It occupies the hands but frees the mind. The white fabric turns in his hands. The night wears on. The moon moves across the opening of the courtyard. The shadows on the sundial are invisible, waiting for the sun to give them meaning. For now, there is only the lamplight, the smell of herbs, the quiet breathing of the sick and the steady hands of the healer. The Roman Empire is a machine of war, yes, but it is also this: a quiet room with a pot of soothing ointment and a clean bandage. The peace here is different from the peace of the stable or the bakery. It is a sterile, white peace, a peace of cleanliness and order. The orderly finishes the roll. He places it on a stack of other rolls, a pyramid of white linen. He sits back down, he waits. The night is long, but he has nowhere else to be. The silence holds. Healing. Resting. Waiting. The night has now stretched into the hours that belong to no one. It is that deep, hollow time between the last activities of the evening and the first stirrings of the dawn. The moon has moved behind the clouds, stealing the silver light from the rooftops and leaving the camp in a blanket of soft, impenetrable gray darkness. In the very center of the fortress, at the intersection of the two main roads, stands the Principia. This is the headquarters, the heart of the Legion. By day, it is a place of shouting centurions, marching standard-bearers, and the chaotic noise of command. But tonight, it is a tomb of silence. It is a massive structure of gray stone, its columns rising up into the shadows, supporting a heavy tiled roof that blocks out the sky. Walk towards the entrance. The great bronze doors are shut, barred from the inside, but there is a smaller side door used by the night clerks and the officers of the watch. It is made of thick oak, bound with iron bands. Push it open. It is heavy. It resists you. Groan. The hinges complain with a deep, low sound that echoes in the empty courtyard beyond. You step into the basilica, the great cross hall. It is a vast, cavernous space. The air here is cold and still, trapped between the stone walls for decades. It smells of old incense, cold stone, and the dust of archives. Your footsteps on the flagstones sound impossibly loud. Clack, clack, clack. The echoes bounce off the high ceiling, returning to you as ghostly whispers seconds later. Move through the darkness towards a small room off to the side of the main hall. This is the tabularium, the office of records. A faint, yellow light bleeds from the doorway, spilling onto the stone floor like spilled oil. Inside, the room is small and cluttered. The walls are lined with wooden shelves, floor to ceiling. The shelves are packed with scrolls, hundreds of them. Some are white and new, others are yellow and brittle with age. They are stacked in honeycomb-like racks, their ends facing out, each with a small wooden tag dangling from a string. These are the memories of the Legion, the pay records, the duty rosters, the supply inventories, the letters to Rome. Sitting at a high sloping desk is a man. He is a librarius, a military clerk. He is not young. His hair is thinning, and his face is lined with the patience of a man who has spent his life reading bad handwriting. He is wrapped in a thick woolen tunic to ward off the chill of the stone room. He is working. Listen to the sound of his work. It is the driest, most repetitive sound in the world. Scritch, scratch, scritch, scratch. He holds a reed pen, a calamus, in his right hand. He is writing on a sheet of papyrus. The surface of the papyrus is rough, made of woven strips of plant fiber. The pen catches slightly on the texture as he writes. Scritch. He dips the pen into a small ceramic inkwell. Dip. The ink, atramentum, is made of soot, gum, and water. It is black and thick. He taps the pen against the rim of the pot to remove the excess. Tap, tap. He returns the pen to the paper. He writes a name, Marcus. He writes a number, IV. He writes an item, tunics. This is not a poem. This is not a battle plan. It is a laundry list. He is copying the inventory of the quartermaster's stores. It is a task of infinite boredom and infinite importance. If the numbers are wrong, men go cold. If the numbers are right, the machine continues. The light in the room comes from 2 tallow candles sitting in bronze holders on the desk. The flames are small and steady. They do not flicker much, for the air in here is dead still. The light casts a warm, orange glow on the clerk's hands and the scroll, leaving the corners of the room in deep shadow. Watch the clerk's hand. It moves with a practiced economy. He does not lift his wrist from the desk. Only his fingers move, guiding the reed tip across the fibers. The letters he forms are small and narrow, the old Roman cursive. To an outsider, it looks like a series of scratches. To him, it is clear language. He pauses. The ink has run dry on the nib. He dips again. Dip, tap, tap. He looks at a wax tablet lying next to the scroll. The tablet is a wooden frame filled with black beeswax. The rough draft of the list is scratched into the wax with a metal stylus. He squints at the wax, deciphering a hastily written number. Is it a V or an X? He leans closer to the candle. The wax gleams dully. He decides it is a V. He writes it down on the papyrus. The room is silent except for the pen and the occasional pop of the candle wick. Behind him on the shelves, the scrolls sit in silence. Think of the millions of words stored in this room. Names of soldiers who died 50 years ago. Orders for grain that was eaten by men who are now grandfathers. Complaints about leaking boots. Requests for transfer. All of it preserved, all of it sleeping in the dark. The clerk stops writing. He rubs his eyes with the heel of his hand. His eyes are tired. The candle light is dim and the writing is small. He sighs. It is a long, quiet exhale that seems to deflate him slightly. He reaches for a small knife, a scalpellum lying on the desk. The tip of his reed pen has become soft and frayed. He needs to recut it. He holds the reed up to the light. He places the knife against the tip. Slice. A tiny shaving of reed falls onto the desk. He turns the pen. Slice. He shapes the nib to a perfect point. It is a delicate operation. He tests the point on his thumbnail. It is sharp. He puts the knife down. Clink. He dips the pen. Dip. He resumes writing. Scritch. Scratch. The rhythm returns. It is the metronome of the bureaucracy. On the floor near his feet there is a brazier. It contains charcoal that has mostly turned to white ash, but a faint heat still radiates from it. A cat is sleeping near the base of the brazier. It is a camp cat, scarred and tough, but tonight it is just a ball of fur. It does not move. It does not dream. It just absorbs the heat. The clerk finishes a column of numbers. He picks up a small jar of fine sand. He sprinkles the sand over the wet ink to dry it. Shhh. The sand hits the paper with a sound like falling rain. He waits a moment. Then he tilts the papyrus and blows the sand off. Whoosh! The sand scatters across the desk. The ink is dry, black and permanent. He rolls up the scroll slightly to reveal fresh paper. The dry papyrus crackles, crinkle, snap. He looks at the wax tablet again. The next item is salt. He writes salt. He writes the weight. He dips the pen. Outside the thick walls of the Principia, the night is slowly, very slowly beginning to turn. The deep black is shifting to a very dark blue. But inside this room, time does not exist. There is only the list. The clerk takes a sip of water from a cup. The water is tepid. He swallows. The sound of his swallowing is loud in the quiet room. Gulp. He stares at the flame of the candle. He watches the blue part of the flame at the base and the yellow part at the tip. He watches the melted tallow pool around the wick. It is a small lake of liquid fat. A tiny piece of soot falls into the lake and floats there. He is not thinking about his family. He is not thinking about the gods. He is in a state of trance. The work has taken over his mind. It is a peaceful emptiness. He picks up the pen again. Scritch and scratch. The shadows on the wall behind him mimic his movements. A giant shadow hand writing on a shadow wall. The smell of the room is heavy. It smells of the ink, which has a faint metallic tang. It smells of the wax tablets, a sweet, earthy scent. It smells of the parchment glue. Imagine the dust motes floating near the candle. They drift into the heat of the flame, accelerate upwards and disappear. The clerk shifts on his stool. The wood creak. He adjusts his tunic. He settles back down. There is no end to the work. When this list is done, there will be another, and another. The empire runs on lists. But there is no rush. The scroll will not run away. The ink will not dry out in the pot. The night is long. He dips the pen, dip. He writes, scratch. It is the sound of civilization, not the trumpet but the pen. The cat stretches a leg, extends its claws, and then curls back up. The clerk blinks slowly. His eyelids are heavy. He writes one more line. Then he sets the pen down. He needs to rest his eyes for a moment. He leans his elbows on the desk and rests his forehead in his hands. He closes his eyes. The silence of the Principia presses in on him. It is a heavy, stone silence. It feels ancient. He listens to the silence. He hears the settling of the building. The stone blocks cooling in the night air. Tick, tick, sounds from the roof tiles. He stays like that for a long time, just breathing, just existing. The candle burns down another inch. A drip of wax runs down the side of the candle, hardening as it falls. It forms a white tear on the bronze holder. The clerk is not asleep, but he is drifting. He is floating on the sea of numbers and lists. He thinks about the salt. Where did it come from? Maybe from the salt pans near the coast, carried by mules, counted by another clerk, loaded onto a ship, counted by a captain, unloaded at the river port, counted by a warehouse manager, brought here, counted by him. A chain of counting, a chain of boring, necessary acts. He lifts his head. He picks up the pen. He is ready to write the next line. Oil olive amphory xii. Scritch and scratch. The sound continues, consistent, gentle. The world outside is asleep. The soldier on the wall is watching the dark. The baker is watching the bread. The horse is chewing hay. The clerk is writing numbers. We are safe here, in the room of records. Nothing changes here. The past is safe in the scrolls. The present is being written. The future is just a blank sheet of papyrus waiting for the ink. The scene holds, the yellow light, the dust, the scratching pen. It fades slowly. The sound of the pen gets quieter and quieter. A scratchy, a scratch, a silence, waiting, writing, a sleeping. The night has traveled far now. The deep darkness that covered the clerk in the stone fortress also blankets the small wooden houses of the Vicus. Here, outside the military precision of the camp walls, the silence is softer, more organic. It is the silence of a household at rest, a silence made of breathing timber and settling dust. Move your attention away from the stone buildings of the Legion. Drift down the main road, past the darkened tavern, past the closed shutters of the merchant stalls. Turn into a small side street where the houses stand close together, their eaves almost touching. There is a window here with a shutter propped open just a crack. A sliver of warm, orange light escapes, cutting a thin line across the dark dirt of the alley. Inside, someone is still awake. Enter the room. It is small and modest, the home of a soldier's family. The air is thick with the smell of wood smoke and unwashed wool, a heavy, oily scent that clings to the fabric of the room. The fire in the central hearth has burned down to a bed of glowing coals, covered in a fine layer of gray ash. It gives off a steady, gentle heat that keeps the night chill at bay. A woman sits on a low wooden stool near the hearth. She is not young, nor is she old. She is timeless in this moment. She wears a simple tunic, unbelted for comfort. Her feet are bare on the packed earth floor. She is spinning wool. It is the most ancient of tasks, the rhythm that underscores the life of the empire. Before there is a tunic, before there is a cloak, before there is a blanket, there is this, the spinning. Watch her hands. In her left hand she holds the colas, the distaff. It is a simple stick, cleft at the top, holding a cloud of raw, carded wool. The wool is gray and fluffy, looking like a piece of a storm cloud brought indoors. Her right hand manages the fusus, the spindle. It is a wooden rod, weighted at the bottom with a whorl made of clay or bone. The weight is what drives the work. Listen to the sound. It is a soft, rhythmic whirring. Twist, hum, drop. She pulls a tuft of fibers from the distaff. She wets her fingers with a quick touch to her lips. She twists the fibers together at the top of the spindle. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she sets the spindle spinning. Whirr! The spindle drops towards the floor, spinning rapidly. As it spins, its weight pulls the fibers down, twisting them tight, transforming the fluffy chaos of the raw wool into a strong, thin thread. The woman watches the thread form. It is a magical, mundane chemistry. The thread lengthens. Down, down, down it goes, hovering just an inch above the floor. She stops the spindle with her hand. Catch. She winds the new length of thread around the shaft of the spindle. Wind, wind, wind. She catches the thread in a notch at the top. She starts again. Twist, hum, drop. There is no urgency in her movements. She is not racing against the dawn. She is simply doing what her hands know how to do. She could do this in the dark. She could do this in her sleep. In a way, she is sleeping. Her mind is drifting, floating on the current of the repetition. The firelight catches the thread as it spins. It looks like a golden spiderweb for a brief second, vibrating in the air. In the corner of the room, on a pile of sheepskins, a child is sleeping. A boy, perhaps 5 years old. He is curled up, his thumb near his mouth. He is the son of a soldier. One day he might wear the armor, but tonight he is just a sleeping child, guarded by the rhythm of his mother's work. The woman looks at him for a moment. Her gaze is soft, unfocused. Then her eyes return to the wool. The wool demands attention. The raw wool on the distaff is greasy to the touch. It still holds the lanolin, the natural oil of the sheep. It makes the woman's hands soft and smooth. She rubs her thumb against her forefinger, feeling the slickness of the fiber. It is the feeling of the hills, of the rain on the sheep's back, brought into this small room. Twist, hum, drop. The spindle dances. It is a perfect top, balanced and true. If you watch it closely, the rotation can mesmerize you. It blurs into a solid shape, a ghost of wood hanging in the air. The room is quiet enough to hear the fire settle. Click, hiss. A small pocket of sap in a log explodes with a tiny sound. The woman does not flinch. She is making yarn for a tunic. It will be a winter tunic, thick and warm. She thinks about the weave. It will be a simple plain weave, over and under, over and under. But that is for tomorrow or the day after. Tonight there is only the thread. The shadow of the woman is cast against the wall behind her. It is a large, wavering shape. The shadow of her arm moves up and down, a giantess weaving the night. On a shelf nearby there is a small basket of finished yarn, balls of wool wound tight, sitting like eggs in a nest. They are the product of many nights like this. Stored time, stored warmth. The woman pauses to stretch her neck. She rolls her head from side to side. A small crack from her spine echoes softly. She is tired, but it is a peaceful tiredness. It is the feeling of a day well used. She reaches for a cup of water on the floor. She takes a sip. The water is cool. She places the cup back down. Clunk. She picks up the spindle again. The rhythm must continue. Twist, hum, drop. Outside, a dog barks very far away. It is just a whisper of a sound. The village is deep in the valley of sleep. The tavern is silent. The bathhouse is silent. Even the bakery has quieted down between batches. Here there is only the friction of the fibers, shhh, shhh, as she pulls the wool from the distaff. Think about the journey of this wool. From the back of a sheep grazing on a windy hillside, shorn by a farmer with iron shears, washed in the river, carded with prickly teasels, and now here, in the hands of a woman in a Roman military town. It is a long, boring history of a piece of fluff. And soon it will be cloth, and then it will be worn, and then it will be worn out, and then it will be rags, and then it will be dust. The cycle is slow, almost imperceptible, like the spinning of the spindle. The woman closes her eyes for a moment as the spindle whirs. She listens to the sound. It is a low drone like a bee in a jar. It is a lullaby. She thinks of the soldier, her husband. He is out there somewhere, maybe on the wall, maybe in the barracks, maybe sleeping. He wears the tunic she made last year. The wool scratches a little, but it keeps the wind out. That is enough. She opens her eyes. The spindle has almost reached the floor. She catches it. Catch. She winds the thread. Wind, wind, wind. The ball of yarn on the spindle is getting bigger. It is a satisfying weight in her hand. A heavy, solid thing. She looks at the distaff. The cloud of raw wool is smaller now. She has spun a good amount. It is enough for tonight. She decides to stop. There is no signal, no bell, just the feeling that the moment has come. She unhooks the thread. She secures the spindle. She places the tools in a basket near the stool. Rustle. She stands up. Her knees are stiff. She smooths her tunic with her hands. She walks over to the fire. She picks up a small iron poker. She gently pushes the coals together, banking the fire for the night. She covers the glowing red heart with a layer of ash. The light in the room dims immediately. The orange glow fades to a dull, throbbing red. The room becomes darker, the shadows deeper. The corners disappear into blackness. She walks to the sleeping area. The straw mattress is waiting. She lies down next to the child. She pulls a heavy sheepskin over herself. It smells of the same wool she was just spinning. She lies on her back. She stares up at the thatched roof. It is invisible in the dark, but she knows the pattern of the reeds. Her hands are still warm from the work. She can still feel the phantom vibration of the spinning spindle in her fingertips. Hum. Her breathing slows down. It matches the breathing of the child. In, out. The house settles. A timber creaks as it cools, creak. The thread is finished for the night. The work is done. The world is safe. There is nothing left to do but sleep. To drift into the dark, silent space where there are no legions, no emperors, no taxes. Only the soft, gray wool of dreams. The Roman Empire rests. The spindle rests. The night moves on, inch by inch. Drifting. A spinning. A sleeping. The night has now crossed the threshold into the very early hours. It is not yet dawn. The sky is still an unyielding, heavy black, but the quality of the darkness has changed. It feels thicker, denser, as if the air itself has settled closer to the ground. In the camp, the silence is almost absolute. The fires have burned down to gray circles of ash. The sentries on the walls are statues of wool and iron, motionless against the wind. But in the sector of the camp dedicated to the craftsmen, the fabrica, there is a faint sign of life. It is not the clang of the blacksmith's hammer or the saw of the carpenter. Those are the sounds of the day. This is a quieter, more intimate industry. Find the building made of timber and wattle nestled near the supply stores. The door is closed, but a smell seeps out from the gaps in the wood. It is a rich, heavy smell. It smells of cured hide, of animal fat, of sharp vinegar, and of sweet, melting beeswax. It is the smell of the leather workshop. Inside, the room is narrow and long. A single oil lamp burns on a low workbench, casting a small, intense circle of yellow light. The rest of the room is swallowed by shadows. The walls are lined with tools hanging from pegs, curved knives, wooden mallets, iron awls, and coils of rope. They hang silently, waiting for hands to use them. Sitting at the bench is a man. He is the suitor, the cobbler of the century. He is an old soldier, his face mapped with the lines of weather and time. He does not sleep well in the deep night, so he works. It is a quiet work, a work of restoration. On the bench before him sits a boot. It is a caliga, the standard marching sandal of the Roman legionary. It is not new. It is a veteran boot. The leather straps are darkened by mud and oil. The sole is thick, built from layers of heavy cowhide packed together. The soldier picks up the boot. He holds it with a reverence usually reserved for religious artifacts, and in a way, it is holy. This boot separates a man from the sharp stones of the road. It carries him across the empire. He runs his thumb along the straps. The leather is stiff in places, dried out by the summer dust. He needs to soften it. He needs to mend it. He dips a rag into a small pot of tallow, rendered animal fat mixed with beeswax. The mixture is soft and pale yellow. He scoops up a small amount. Dip a scoop. He begins to rub the fat into the leather straps. He works slowly, massaging the grease into the grain of the hide. Rubs, rub, rub. The sound is soft, a friction of skin on skin. The leather drinks the oil. It darkens under his touch, turning from a dusty brown to a deep, rich chestnut color. He works his way down the complex lattice of straps that hug the ankle and the foot. He misses nothing. Every inch of leather must be supple. If it is hard, it will blister the skin. If it blisters the skin, the soldier limps. If the soldier limps, the legion slows down. The peace of the empire rests on the softness of this leather. He reaches a spot where the stitching has frayed. A seam near the heel has come loose. He stops rubbing. He wipes his hands on his apron. He picks up an awl. It is a tool with a wooden handle and a sharp iron point. He presses the point against the existing hole in the leather. Push. The leather resists, then yields. The awl slides through. He wiggles it slightly to open the path. Twist. He picks up a needle. It is a thick, bronze needle, threaded with a strong linen cord. He has already waxed the thread, running it through a block of beeswax so it will glide through the leather and repel water. He pushes the needle through the hole. Push. He grabs the tip on the other side with a pair of small pincers. Grip. He pulls the thread through. Pull. Swish. The sound of the wax thread sliding through the tight leather hole is distinct. It is a zip sound, sharp and short. He makes the next stitch. Push, grip, pull. It is a slow process. He does not rush. He focuses entirely on the tension of the thread. It must be tight, but not so tight that it puckers the leather. It must be perfect. Zip, tug, tug. The lamp flame flutters slightly as he exhales. The shadows of his hands dance on the workbench, giant and spider-like. He finishes the seam. He ties off the knot with a deft movement of his fingers. He cuts the excess thread with a small, crescent-shaped knife. Snip. Now he turns the boot over. He looks at the sole. The sole of a caliga is studded with iron hobnails. These nails give the soldier grip on the grass and the mud. They are the sound of Rome marching. Crunch, crunch, crunch. But on this boot, 3 nails are missing. They have been pulled out by the sticky clay of a riverbank or snapped off on a rock. The soldier reaches into a wooden box on the bench. He rummages through a pile of iron nails. Clink, rattle. The sound of metal on metal is quiet, dampened by the wood. He finds 3 new nails. They are sharp with conical heads. He positions the boot on a small iron anvil that sits on the bench. He places the point of the first nail against the empty spot in the leather sole. He picks up his hammer. It is a small hammer, not a weapon of war, but a tool of precision. He taps the nail. Tap, tap, tap. He does not strike hard. He taps gently, driving the nail into the thick leather layers. The sound is high-pitched and rhythmic. Tink, tink, tink. It echoes softly in the small room. It is a lonely sound, but a constructive one. He drives the nail flush with the sole. Then he turns the boot over to the inside. The point of the nail has come through. He uses the hammer to clinch it, bending the tip back into the leather so it won't hurt the soldier's foot. Tap, bend, smooth. He repeats this for the second nail. Tink, tink, tink. And the third tink, tink, tink. The boot is now whole again. It has grip, it has strength. He sets the boot down on the bench. He picks up its mate. He begins the process again. Dip, scoop, rub, rub, rub. The repetition is hypnotic. There is no thought required here, only the intelligence of the hands. The soldier's mind is empty of worry. He is not thinking about the barbarians in the forest. He is not thinking about his retirement pay. He is thinking about the grain of the cowhide. The smell of the beeswax is stronger now, warmed by the friction of his hands. It is a comforting, domestic smell. It reminds him of hives in the summer, of candles in the winter. He pauses to take a drink from a clay jug. It is pasca, a mixture of water and sour wine. It is sharp and refreshing. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. He looks around the workshop. There are rows of finished boots sitting on a shelf. They stand in pairs, silent and ready. They look like a ghostly formation of soldiers, waiting for the signal that will not come tonight. There are scraps of leather on the floor, curled and twisted like fallen leaves. There is a block of wood where he cuts the straps. It is scarred with thousands of knife marks. Scritch, scratch, a history of labor written in wood. The soldier sighs. It is a sound of contentment. He likes the night shift. He likes the solitude. In the day, the fabrica is noisy and chaotic. At night, it is his kingdom. He picks up a polishing cloth. He buffs the toe of the boot he has just finished oiling. Buff, buff, buff. The leather begins to shine. Not a high gloss, but a deep, healthy luster. It looks nourished. He places the pair of boots on the shelf with the others. Thud. He picks up the next pair. These belong to a young recruit. The leather is still stiff, not yet molded to the shape of the foot. They will need extra oil. He begins again. Dip, scoop, rub, rub, rub. The timeline of the night flows like the oil, smooth, slow, viscous. Outside, the mist has begun to rise from the damp ground. It wraps around the buildings of the camp, softening the hard edges of the architecture. The world is becoming a blur of gray and black. But inside the circle of the lamp, everything is sharp and clear. The needle, the thread, the nail, the hammer. The soldier hums a low tune. It is barely a song, just a vibration in his throat, a drone that matches the silence. He works the tallow into the heel. He works it into the toe. He works it into the straps. His hands are greasy and stained, but they are capable hands. Hands that fix what is broken. The lamp oil is burning down. The flame dips lower for a moment, then steadies itself. The shadows lengthen. The night is endless and the work is endless, but that is okay. There is no rush to finish. The boots will be ready when they are ready. The soldier blinks slowly. His eyes are heavy, but his hands keep moving. Rubs, rub, rub. The sound is a whisper, a secret told to the leather. The camp sleeps on. The legion sleeps on. Only the cobbler and the lamp are awake. Drifting, mending, working, sleeping. The scene fades on the image of the soldier's hands, moving in a slow, rhythmic circle over the dark leather. Waiting. The night has now entered the hour of the wolf. It is that stretch of darkness that feels thickest, just before the first hint of morning begins to think about arriving. But morning is still a concept, not a reality. Here, in the shadow of the fortress walls, the reality is only the dark and the cold. Move now to the edge of the camp near the western gate. Here stand the great horia, the granaries. They are massive, imposing buildings, long and narrow, built of stone and reinforced with heavy buttresses. They look like temples, but they do not house gods. They house the lifeblood of the legion, the grain. Walk towards the nearest granary. The ground around it is swept clean, free of grass or debris. The building itself is raised off the ground on short stone pillars. This is the suspensura, a design meant to allow air to circulate beneath the floor, keeping the dampness of the earth away from the precious wheat and making it harder for rats to find a way in. There is a small wooden staircase leading up to the main door. Climb the steps, creak, creak. The wood is frosted with a thin layer of night dew. It is slippery and cold. The heavy door is unlocked for the night watchman. Push it open. It swings inward on well-oiled hinges, silent and heavy. Step inside. The atmosphere changes instantly. The air is dry, incredibly dry. It sucks the moisture from your breath, and it is filled with a smell that is ancient and fundamental. It is the smell of summer fields, of dried stalks, of sun-baked earth, and of millions of tiny seeds waiting in the dark. It is the smell of flower before it becomes flower. The room is a vast, long hall. It stretches away into the darkness, longer than a cathedral. On either side of a central aisle, there are wooden bins and great piles of sacks stacked to the rafters. A man is walking slowly down the center aisle. He is the horarius, the keeper of the granary. He carries a lantern, but the shutter is pulled almost closed, allowing only a thin sliver of light to escape. He does not need much light. He knows this room by the smell and the echo. He is walking the line, checking the inventory, not counting every grain but sensing the presence of the supply. He stops at a stack of sacks. They are made of coarse burlap, rough and scratchy. They are bulging with emmer wheat. He reaches out and places his hand on the nearest sack. Pad. It is solid, it is heavy. He presses his fingers into the fabric. The grain inside shifts with a sound like dry rain. Shhhshhh. It is a whisper of the harvest. He runs his hand down the side of the sack. The burlap is cool and textured. He feels the weave of the fabric. Over, under, over, under. He is looking for holes. He is looking for damp spots. He is looking for the telltale spill of grain that means a mouse has chewed through. There is nothing. The sack is whole. The grain is safe. He moves to the next stack. Step, stop. He raises the lantern slightly. The beam of light cuts through the dust-filled air. You can see the dust motes floating. They are thicker here than anywhere else. The air is solid with the dust of the husk. It hangs suspended, a golden fog in the lantern light. The silence here is different. It is a muffled silence. The thousands of tons of grain absorb sound. If you spoke here, your voice would not echo. It would simply be swallowed by the wheat. It is a padded, insulated room. The keeper coughs, HMPH. The sound dies instantly. He walks further down. He checks a row of amphorae, tall clay jars leaning against the wall. These hold olive oil and wine. He checks the seals. They are plugged with cork and sealed with wax or plaster. He touches a seal. It is hard and cold. He runs his thumb over the stamp impressed in the wax. It bears the mark of the merchant in Spain or Italy who filled it months ago. A small connection across the miles. The wax is unbroken. The oil is secure. He taps the side of the clay jar with his knuckle. Thump. It makes a dull, full sound. Good. It is not empty. He continues his patrol. This job is pure repetition. There is no enemy to fight here. There is only the slow decay of time and the persistence of pests. His war is a war of preservation. He stops near a ventilation slit in the wall. The wall is thick and the slit is narrow, designed to let air in but keep rain out. A draft of cold night air comes through, cutting through the dry, dusty atmosphere of the room. It feels refreshing. He leans against a wooden pillar. He is surrounded by enough food to feed 5,000 men for a year. It is a mountain of energy, sleeping in the dark. He listens. Deep in the back of the granary, something moves. A tiny scratching sound. Scritch, scratch. The keeper does not draw a sword. He does not shout. He waits. From the shadows of the rafters, a shape descends. It is a cat. A large gray camp cat, the guardian of the grain. It lands softly on the floor. Thump. The cat looks at the man. Its eyes reflect the lantern light, glowing green for a second. It blinks. It knows him. They are colleagues. The cat turns its head towards the scratching sound. It lowers its body, becoming a shadow against the floor. It moves forward, silent as smoke. The scratching stops. The mouse has sensed the predator. Silence returns. The keeper smiles faintly. The system works. The cat does its duty. The man does his. He pushes off from the pillar and continues his walk. He reaches the far end of the hall. Here, the grain is stored loose in large wooden bins. The wood of the bins is polished smooth by the friction of the wheat pouring in and out, season after season. He picks up a handful of loose grain from a bin. He holds it in his palm. The kernels are hard, cold, and smooth like little river stones. He lets them trickle through his fingers back into the bin. Trickle, clatter, hush. The sound is like water but drier. It is a cascading sound that soothes the mind. He does it again, trickle, clatter, hush. He checks the dryness. If the grain is damp, it will rot. It feels dry. It feels like sand. He wipes his hand on his tunic. A fine white dust comes off on the fabric, the dust of the bread to come. He turns around and looks back down the long, dark tunnel of the building. The rows of sacks look like sleeping soldiers. They are waiting for the mill. They are waiting for the fire. But for now, they are just weight and mass. He begins the walk back to the door. Step, step, step. The rhythm of his boots on the wooden floor is the only clock in this place. He passes a tally slate hanging on a post. It has chalk marks on it. He looks at it. He does not add a mark. Nothing has entered or left the granary tonight. The numbers are static. Static is good. Static means peace. He reaches the door. He steps out onto the landing. The night air hits him again, colder than before. The smell of the dust fades, replaced by the smell of the damp earth and the distant forest. He pulls the heavy door shut. Creak, thud. He slides the bolt across. Clunk. The grain is locked away. The silence is sealed inside. He walks down the steps. Creak, creak. He stands on the gravel path for a moment. He swings the lantern slightly. The shadows of his legs stretch out long and thin across the ground. He looks up at the sky. It is a blank canvas of dark gray. The stars are veiled. The moon is gone. It is the void before the dawn. He yawns, a jaw-cracking yawn that brings tears to his eyes. He is ready to sit down. He walks towards a small guard hut nearby. There is a bench there. He will sit and watch the door. He sits. The wood of the bench is cold, but he is wearing thick wool. He settles in. He places the lantern on the ground. The light illuminates a small patch of gravel. He stares at the stones. White stone, gray stone, black stone. He counts them, 1, 2, 3. His eyes lose focus. The stones blur together. The sound of the grain shifting in the sacks is still in his ears. S-H-H-H, S-H-H-H. The sound of the loose wheat falling, trickle, hush. It is a lullaby of abundance. The camp is a sleeping giant, and its belly is full. The keeper rests his head against the wall of the hut. His breathing slows. The night holds its breath. The dust settles in the granary. The cat watches in the dark. The world is still. Waiting. Storing. Sleeping. The night has now descended to the lowest point of the valley of time. We have left the high walls of the fortress, the warm air of the bakery, and the dry silence of the granary. Now, the path leads downwards. Follow the gentle slope of the terrain, away from the rigid grid of the military camp and towards the natural boundary that defines this landscape. We are moving towards the river. The air changes here. It becomes heavier, saturated with moisture. The scent of dust and dry straw is left behind, replaced by the cool, metallic smell of fresh water, damp mud, and decaying willow leaves. The temperature drops slightly, a creeping cold that clings to the skin like a thin veil. The river is the reason the camp is here. It is the artery of the empire, the silent highway that connects this remote frontier to the distant sea and eventually to Rome itself. But tonight, it is not a highway. It is a dark, moving mirror. Stand on the bank. The ground here is soft, a mixture of sand and clay. Your feet sink slightly into the earth. Squish, squish. The grass is long and wet with heavy dew, brushing against your ankles with a cold, wet touch. Look out at the water. It is wide and slow. In the darkness, the far bank is just a black line of trees against a black sky. The water itself is a shifting surface of charcoal and ink. It reflects nothing but the emptiness of the night. Listen to the river. It is the most constant sound in the landscape. Lap, slap, gurgle. The water moves against the muddy bank. It finds small roots and stones, flowing over them with a soft, liquid whisper. S-H-H-H, S-H-H-H. A few yards out from the shore, a wooden barge is moored. It is a navis actuaria, a flat-bottomed transport boat used for carrying heavy supplies. It sits low in the water, heavy with its burden. It is a dark, rectangular shape, motionless except for the slightest rise and fall as the current pushes against it. There is a small cabin at the stern of the boat, little more than a wooden shelter. A lantern hangs from a hook near the door, its flame turned low. It casts a trembling column of yellow light onto the black water. The light ripples and breaks, reassembling itself endlessly as the river flows beneath it. On the deck of the barge, a man is sitting. He is the boatman. He is not a soldier. He wears no armor, only a thick tunic of rough wool and a heavy cloak made of sheepskin, the fleece turned inwards for warmth. He is a man of the river, his skin weathered by wind and sun, his hands calloused by rope and oar. He is awake, but only just. He is keeping the river watch. He sits on a coil of thick hemp rope. He is staring at the water. He is not looking for anything specific. He is simply watching the flow. It is a meditation. The water comes from the mountains in the south, passes him, and goes to the ocean in the north. It never stops. It never asks questions. The boatman leans forward and picks up a mug from the deck. It contains hot water, perhaps infused with a few mint leaves gathered from the bank earlier in the day. He holds the mug with both hands, letting the warmth seep into his palms. He blows on the steam. Whoosh! The steam rises and vanishes into the mist that is beginning to curl off the river surface. The mist is like a living thing. It is white and ghostly, rising in tendrils from the water. It wraps around the hull of the boat, softening the wood, making the barge look like it is floating in clouds. The boatman takes a sip. Slurp, it is quiet. Suddenly the boat shifts. The current has caught the hull in a new way. The mooring ropes tighten. Creak, groan. The sound comes from the timber and the rope. It is a deep, wooden complaint. The rope stretches, the fibers compressing against each other. It pulls against the iron ring set into the wooden piling on the dock. Grind. The boatman does not look up. He knows the sound. It is the language of the boat. It is saying that the river is strong, but the rope is stronger. He sets the mug down. He stands up slowly. His knees pop. He decides to check the lines. It is something to do. He walks along the deck. His boots are made of soft leather waterproofed with grease. They make a soft thudding sound on the wooden planks. Thud, thud, thud. He reaches the bow. The main mooring line is tied here. It is a thick rope as wide as a man's wrist. It is damp with the river mist. He reaches out and touches it. The hemp is rough and cold. It is taut, hard as iron under the tension of the current. He checks the knot. It is a complex series of loops and tucks, a knot that tightens when pulled. It is secure. He gives it a pat, a gesture of approval. He looks down at the water rushing past the bow. The water splits around the wood, creating a small wake of white foam that fizzes and dissolves in the dark. Hiss, bubble. He leans over the side. The smell of the river is stronger here. Mud, algae, cold stone. He sees a piece of driftwood floating by. It is a branch stripped of its bark, pale and smooth like a bone. It bumps against the side of the barge. Thump. Then the current takes it, spinning it slowly as it drifts away downstream. Gone, into the dark. The boatman turns and walks back towards the stern. He walks past the cargo. The deck is stacked with crates. They are covered with oilcloth to keep them dry. Underneath are new tools for the Legion, iron pickaxes, shovels, nails. Heavy, cold metal sleeping under the canvas. He stops to adjust a corner of the oilcloth that has flapped loose in the breeze. He smooths it down. Rustle. Pat. He tucks it under a heavy stone to keep it in place. He reaches the stern again. He sits back down on the rope coil. The lantern sways gently. Squeak, squeak. The shadows on the deck swing back and forth. Long, stretching shadows, short, shrinking shadows. The boatman reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small knife and a piece of wood. He begins to whittle. He is not making anything in particular. He is just shaving the wood. Slice, a thin curl of wood falls to the deck. Slice, another curl. The sound of the knife cutting the wood is crisp and satisfying. It cuts through the silence. Slice, slice, slice. He watches the shavings pile up near his feet. They are pale yellow in the lantern light. They smell of fresh pine, a sharp, clean scent that cuts through the river damp. Far away on the other side of the river, an otter slides into the water. Splash. It is a quick, clean sound. The ripples spread out, wide circles expanding until they touch the boat and disappear. The boatman pauses. He looks at the ripples. He rubs his thumb over the smooth wood he has just cut. He thinks about the morning. When the sun rises, the mist will burn off. Soldiers will come with carts. They will unload the iron tools. There will be shouting and the clatter of metal. But that is not now. Now there is only the water. He closes the knife. Click. He puts it away. He brushes the wood shavings off his lap. Swish, swish. He leans his head back against the wall of the cabin. He looks up. The mist is too thick to see the stars clearly here near the water. The sky is just a lighter shade of gray above the darker gray of the fog. It is a world of monochrome, no color, only texture and sound. The river is a presence. It is heavy. It pushes against the land. It is the blood of the earth. Lap, slap, gurgle. The sound is hypnotic. It has no beginning and no end. It is a loop of white noise. The boatman's eyelids grow heavy. He is warm inside his sheepskin cloak. The wool is soft against his neck. He pulls the cloak tighter. The boat rocks gently, up and down, side to side, a cradle motion. Rock, creak, rock, creak. It is the most soothing motion in the world, the suspension of water. He listens to the distant sound of the weir further upstream, a low, constant rumble. It is barely audible, just a vibration in the air. He breathes in the cold, damp air. It feels clean in his lungs. The night is static here. There is no patrol to walk, no bread to bake, no enemy to watch for. There is only the physics of buoyancy and the friction of water. A heron, disturbed from its sleep in the reeds, takes flight. Its great wings beat against the air. Flap, flap, flap. It rises silently, a ghost bird, and disappears into the fog. The boatman watches it go. He does not move. He picks up the mug again. The water is lukewarm now, but still wet. He drinks the rest. He sets the mug down. Clink. He checks the lantern. The oil is sufficient. The flame is steady. A small moth has landed on the horn pane of the lantern. It rests there, wings folded. The boatman closes his eyes. He is not asleep, but he is resting deep. He trusts the rope. He trusts the knot. He trusts the river. The scene holds, the dark water flowing, the wooden boat floating, the man breathing. The mist thickens. It rolls over the bank, covering the grass, covering the path. It isolates the boat. It creates a small room of fog in the middle of the night. The world outside this bubble ceases to exist. There is no Rome. There is no emperor. There is only this boat and this river. The dampness settles on the deck. Droplets of water form on the wood. They gleam like jewels. The rope creaks again. Groan. A friendly sound, a reminder of the connection to the land. The timeline of the night slows down to the speed of the current. Slow, inevitable, peaceful. Everything is drifting. The leaves in the water, the mist in the air, the thoughts in the man's head. Drifting, flowing, waiting, sleeping. The night has advanced deep into the territory of silence. The mist from the river has settled into the low-lying hollows of the landscape, but here, on the outskirts of the Vicus, the air is dry and warm. We are moving away from the damp banks, up a slight rise to the industrial edge of the settlement. Here, the ground is scorched and hard, baked by years of heat. This is the pottery district, the Figlinum. It is a place of earth and fire. In the darkness, a strange shape looms against the sky. It looks like a small, rounded hill or perhaps a giant beehive. It is built of clay bricks and mud, plastered over with a thick layer of insulation. It is the kiln, and tonight it is alive. While the city sleeps, the kiln must breathe. The firing of pottery is a process that cannot be rushed. It takes days. Tonight is the night of the soaking. the long hours where the temperature must be held steady to turn the river mud into stone. Walk towards the kiln. You can feel the heat before you see the source. It is a radiant physical presence pushing against the cool night air. It feels like standing in the sun on a midsummer day, even though the sky is black. At the base of the kiln there is an arched opening, the stoke hole. Inside, a fire is burning. It is not a wild, flickering fire. It is a deep, intense bed of heat. The heart of the fire is a glowing, translucent orange bordering on white. It pulses slowly. Throb, throb, throb. Sitting on a pile of dried bricks near the mouth of the kiln is a young man. He is the fornicarius, the stoker. His face is illuminated by the glow of the fire, painting his skin in shades of copper and bronze. He is sweating. Beads of perspiration gather on his forehead, catching the light before rolling down his cheek. He wipes them away with a rag tied around his wrist. He is the guardian of the heat. His job is the definition of monotony. He must feed the fire, but not too much. He must watch the draft, but not let it cool. He must wait. Listen to the sound of the kiln. It is a low, continuous roar. It sounds like a strong wind blowing through a tunnel. Whoosh, roar, hum. It is the sound of the draft pulling oxygen in through the stoke hole, drawing it up through the floor of the kiln, through the stacks of pots, and out the vent at the top. It is a machine of air and fire. The young man reaches for a piece of wood from a large pile next to him. The wood is dry, seasoned for months to ensure it burns clean and hot. It is oak, dense and heavy. He weighs the log in his hands for a moment. He judges its mass. He tosses it into the maw of the kiln. Thump. A shower of sparks swirls up, disappearing into the dark throat of the furnace. The fire crackles in acceptance. Snap, pop, hiss. The log begins to darken, then glow, then dissolve into the heat. The stoker leans back. He does not need to add another log for a while. He watches the sparks. They dance in the updraft, tiny shooting stars that live for only a second. Surrounding the kiln are the drying sheds. These are long, open-sided structures with thatched roofs. Underneath, rows and rows of raw clay pots sit on wooden shelves, drying in the air. Walk among them in your mind. It is a silent army of gray shapes. There are mortaria, large mixing bowls with grit embedded in the clay for grinding spices. There are ali, simple cooking pots with rounded bellies. There are ursius, jugs for pouring water or wine. They are cool to the touch. They smell of damp earth and river water. They are fragile now, mere dried mud. If you bumped into one, it would crumble into dust. They are waiting for their turn in the fire. They are sleeping. The stoker stands up to stretch his legs. He walks over to one of the shelves. He runs a finger along the rim of a drying bowl. It is smooth. The potter who made it used a wet piece of leather to smooth the rim as it spun on the wheel. The stoker can feel the memory of that movement in the clay. He looks at the ground. It is littered with shards, pieces of broken pottery. These are the failures, the pots that cracked in the fire, the ones that warped, the ones that dropped. They crunch under his boots. Crunch, crunch. In the Roman world, broken pottery is everywhere. It is the gravel of the empire. It is used to pave roads, to mix into concrete, to fill holes. Nothing is wasted. Even the mistakes have a purpose. He goes back to the fire. The heat draws him back. It is the center of his universe tonight. He picks up a long iron rod. He pokes the fire, shifting the logs to ensure they burn evenly. A clink, a scrape. The iron rod glows red at the tip where it touches the coals. He pulls it out and watches the color fade as the metal cools. From bright orange to dull red to black, it is a visual lesson in temperature. He sits back down. He picks up a small clay cup filled with water. The water is warm from sitting near the fire. He drinks. It tastes of dust and smoke, but it wets his throat. He looks up at the vent hole at the very top of the kiln dome. A plume of heat and smoke rises straight up into the still night air. It distorts the view of the stars behind it. The stars seem to wiggle and dance through the heat haze. Shimmy, blur. The stoker is tired. His eyelids feel gritty. He blinks slowly. He thinks about the pots inside the kiln right now. There are hundreds of them, stacked carefully one inside the other, separated by small clay spacers. They are glowing red hot in the darkness of the chamber. They are changing. The sand in the clay is melting, fusing together to become glass-like and hard. It is a slow magic, a boring magic. He wonders who will use these pots. Maybe a soldier on the frontier will cook his porridge in one. Maybe a woman in the Vicus will store her lentils in another. Maybe a rich merchant will pour wine from a jug. The stoker will never know. His job ends when the kiln cools. A bat flutters by, swooping low near the fire to catch a moth attracted to the light. The bat is just a dark flicker, a shadow that moves faster than the eye can follow. Then it is gone, back into the shadows of the drying sheds. The stoker picks up another log. This one is pine. It smells of resin. He throws it in. Whoosh! The resin catches fire quickly. A burst of yellow flame licks out of the opening, illuminating the stoker's face. He narrows his eyes against the brightness. The smell of burning pine mixes with the smell of the clay. It is a sharp, clean scent. He settles back into his waiting posture, elbows on knees, chin in hands. Time in the pottery district is measured in fuel. A pile of wood equals a night of time. As the pile shrinks, the dawn gets closer, but the pile is still high. There is a lot of night left. He looks at a pile of clay near the workshop door. It is raw clay dug from the riverbank waiting to be processed. It is a dark, amorphous lump. It looks heavy and inert. It has no shape yet. It is pure potential. Tomorrow the potter will come. He will kick the heavy stone flywheel of his wheel. Whirr, whirr. He will throw a wet lump of clay onto the center. Splat. He will center it with strong hands. He will pull up the walls. He will shape a vessel. But tonight the wheel is still. The clay is still. Only the fire moves. The stoker hums a low tune. It is a song from his childhood, a simple melody with no words. He hums it to keep himself company. The sound vibrates in his chest. It merges with the roar of the kiln. Him. The heat is soporific. It makes the limbs feel heavy and loose. The stoker fights the urge to close his eyes completely. He must watch the color. If the fire gets too hot, the pots will melt and collapse into a puddle of slag. If it gets too cool, they will be brittle and useless. He stares at the color. Orange, deep orange. It is perfect. He relaxes. The shadows of the drying sheds stretch long across the ground. They look like the ruins of a city. A beetle crawls across the toe of his boot. It is a large black beetle with a shiny shell. It moves slowly, exploring the leather landscape. The stoker watches it. He does not flick it away. He lets it pass. A scratch. The beetle moves on, disappearing into the pile of wood. The stoker takes a deep breath. He inhales the dry, dusty air. It dries out his nose, but it feels familiar. He thinks about the cooling process. In a day or two, they will unbrick the door. They will let the heat escape. The kiln will ping and tick as the masonry contracts. Tick, tink. Then they will reach in and pull out the finished wares. They will ring like bells when tapped. Ping. But that is the future. That is days away. Right now, there is only the soaking heat. The fire consumes the wood. The wood becomes ash. The ash falls through the grate into the pit below. As if to fall. It is a cycle of matter, wood to ash, mud to stone, night to day. The stoker shifts his weight on the bricks. He is comfortable. The heat warms his bones. He looks out past the kiln, towards the edge of the settlement. The darkness is total there. The world ends at the edge of the firelight. He feels safe here. The fire is a companion. It requires care, but it gives warmth. He picks up a small stone from the ground and tosses it idly. It lands in the dust a few feet away. Puff! A tiny cloud of dust rises. He closes his eyes for just a moment. He sees the orange glow burned into his retinas, a floating circle of light in the dark. The kiln breathes on. Whoosh, roar. The clay sleeps. The night waits. Everything is slow. Everything is necessary. The empire is built on these pots, on the storage of grain, the transport of oil, the cooking of food. This quiet, hot, dusty corner of the camp is the foundation of civilization. But the stoker doesn't think about civilization. He thinks about the next log. He reaches out. He grasps the rough bark. He lifts. He throws. Thump. Crackle. The night continues. Drifting. Burning. Waiting. Sleeping. The night has found its rhythm now. We leave behind the glowing heat of the pottery kiln and the dry stillness of the granary. We return to the water, but not to the silence of the barge. Follow the sound of the river upstream, past the sleeping willows and the damp banks, until you hear a sound that is deeper and more constant than the flow of the water itself. It is a low, rhythmic rumble, a vibration that travels through the ground. Thrum, thrum, thrum. This is the watermill, the Mola Aquaria. It stands alone at a bend in the river, a tall structure of timber and stone, half in the water, half on the land. It is a machine that does not sleep. As long as the river flows, the wheel turns, and the river always flows. Walk towards the mill. The air here is filled with a fine, cool mist kicked up by the churning water. It settles on your face, refreshing and cold. The smell is a mixture of wet oak, river moss, and the sweet, dusty scent of crushed wheat. Look at the great wheel. It is massive, built of darkened oak, slick with algae and water. It hangs off the side of the building, dipping into the fast-moving channel of the mill race. Watch the water hit the paddles. Splash, the water strikes the wood, creak. The wheel takes the weight, turn. The massive structure rotates, drip. The water falls back into the river as the paddle rises. Splash, creak, turn, drip. It is a cycle that repeats every few seconds. It is the heartbeat of the valley. The wheel is heavy, moving with a momentum that feels unstoppable. It does not hurry. It possesses the slow, inexorable power of gravity. Step inside the mill house. The door rattles slightly in its frame from the vibration of the machinery. Rattle, rattle. Inside, the noise is louder, but it is a white noise, a wall of sound that blocks out everything else. It is a mechanical symphony of wood against wood, stone against stone. The interior is dimly lit by a few hanging lanterns. The light shakes with the building, sending trembling shadows across the walls. The room is dominated by the gears. The main axle comes in through the wall, thick as a tree trunk. It turns slowly. Connected to it is a large vertical gear wheel, with wooden teeth carved from hard apple wood or hornbeam. These teeth mesh with a smaller horizontal gear, the lantern pinion. Listen to the gears. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The teeth engage and release. They are worn smooth by years of friction. They are greased with animal fat, which gives the air a faint, savory smell mixed with the flour dust. The gears transfer the horizontal power of the river into the vertical power of the grindstones. Above the gears on the upper floor sit the stones. The meta, the stationary bottom stone, and the catulus, the spinning top stone. They are massive discs of volcanic rock, rough and heavy. Walk up the narrow wooden stairs, step, step. The vibration is stronger here. You can feel it in the soles of your feet. It is a massage for the floorboards. The top stone spins. It does not spin fast. It spins with a heavy, grinding purpose. Grind, rumble, grind. It is the sound of earth eating earth, the sound of the rock crushing the hard kernels of grain into soft powder. A wooden hopper hangs above the stones. It is filled with the grain we saw in the granary. The wheat trickles down a chute, shaken by a small wooden clapper that taps against the turning stone. Tap, 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 tap. The grain falls into the eye of the stone. It disappears, and from the edges of the stones the flour emerges. It spills out in a continuous, soft white curtain, falling into a large wooden bin below. Sift, hush, sift. Standing by the bin is the miller. He is an old man covered in a fine layer of white dust. His eyebrows are white, his eyelashes are white, his tunic is white. He looks like a statue made of flour. He is part of the machine. He is checking the consistency of the flour. He reaches his hand into the stream of falling powder. He rubs the flour between his thumb and forefinger. He is feeling for grit. He is feeling for husks. It must be fine. It must be soft. He nods. It is good. He wipes his hand on his apron. A cloud of dust puffs into the air. Poof. He picks up a shovel. The bin is getting full. He gently shovels the flour into a sack held open by a wooden frame. Scoop, slide, scoop, slide. The shovel moves quietly through the soft powder. There is no clatter here, only the muffled sound of the flour landing on flour. The miller does not look tired. He looks hypnotized. The sound of the mill is a trance. Tap, 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 grind, splash. It allows for no other thoughts. There is no room for worry in this room, only the mechanics of the grind. He walks over to the main axle. He holds a pot of grease. He uses a stick to daub a little grease onto the bearing where the wood turns against stone. A squishy. The bearing drinks the grease. The sound of the turning axle becomes a little smoother, a little deeper. He leans against the wall. He watches the hopper. The level of the grain is dropping slowly, very slowly. It will take hours for it to empty. Outside, the river continues its work. The water that pushed the wheel a moment ago is already gone, flowing downstream towards the sea. New water takes its place. It is a constant renewal. The miller yawns. He stretches his arms. White dust falls from his sleeves like snow. He goes to the window and looks out. The moon is hidden, but he can see the white foam of the water in the mill race. It glows in the dark. He sees a branch caught in the sluice gate. It is blocking the flow slightly. He goes outside. He walks along the wooden walkway that overhangs the water. The air is cold and wet. He picks up a long pole with a hook on the end. He reaches down. He hooks the branch, splash. He pulls it free. The water rushes faster now. Whoosh. The wheel speeds up just a fraction, creak splash. He throws the branch onto the bank. Thud. He goes back inside. The rhythm has returned to perfection. He sits on a stool near the flour bin. He rests his elbows on his knees. He watches the stream of white powder. It piles up in a cone shape. The top of the cone slides down every few seconds. Slide. It is like a sand hourglass, but it never runs out. The miller closes his eyes. He can tell if something is wrong just by the sound. If the stone skips, he will hear it. If the gear slips, he will hear it. But tonight, the song is true. The mill is a heart. It pumps the nutrition of the empire. Without this noise, there is no bread. Without bread, there is no legion. But the miller doesn't think of the legion. He thinks of the stone. He thinks of the friction. The warmth in the room comes from the friction. The stones get warm as they work. The air around the grinder is tepid and smells of toasted grain. It is a cozy, productive smell. A mouse scampers along a rafter high above. It is looking for spilled grain. The miller does not mind. There is enough for everyone. The mouse stops, cleans its whiskers, and moves on. The vibration continues, thrum, thrum, thrum. It travels up the miller's legs. It settles in his spine. It is a comforting shake, like being rocked in a cradle. The night deepens. The fog outside gets thicker. The mill is an island of noise in a sea of silence. The wheel turns, the gears mesh, the stones grind, the flour falls. It is a process of breaking down, taking the hard, singular seed and turning it into something soft and communal. The miller breathes in the dusty air. It coats his throat, but he is used to it. He looks at the lantern flame. It vibrates with the room. The shadow of the hopper dances on the wall. Bob, bob, bob. There is nothing to do but watch. The timeline of the night is measured in sacks of flour. One sack filled, tie it off, drag it to the corner, put a new sack in place. Repeat. It is a boring, beautiful task. The river pushes. The wheel resists, then yields. Splash, creak, turn. The sound wraps around you. It protects you from the silence of the void. It is a promise that the world is still working, even while you sleep. The machinery is simple. Wood, stone, water, gravity. There is no magic here, only physics and patience. The miller rests his head against the wall. He drifts. The sound of the water becomes the sound of rain. The sound of the stone becomes the sound of thunder, far away. The mill grinds on, turning, a crushing, a sifting, a sleeping. The night has found a new depth. We have left the rhythmic thrumming of the watermill and the open banks of the river. We are moving now to the highest point of the settlement, where the engineering of the empire meets the silence of the elements. Here, rising out of the darkness like the skeleton of a giant beast, stands the aqueduct. The great stone arches march across the valley floor, stepping closer and closer until they end at a massive, windowless building on the edge of the camp. This is the Casellum Aquae, the water castle. It is the distribution tank, the heart of the city's plumbing. It is where the wild water of the mountains is tamed and sent into the pipes of the town. Walk towards the heavy iron door. It is cool to the touch, covered in a thin film of condensation. There is no lock for who would steal water in the middle of the night, push against the metal, groan. The door scrapes open against the stone floor. Step inside. The atmosphere here is strikingly different from the rest of the camp. It is not warm like the bakery, nor dusty like the granary. It is cold, a deep, penetrating dampness that smells of wet limestone, crushed red brick, and dissolved minerals. It is the smell of a cave, but a cave built by human hands. The only light comes from the moon shining through high ventilation shafts near the roof, casting pale, rectangular beams onto the water below. And there is water everywhere. You are standing on a narrow stone walkway that runs around the perimeter of a massive central tank. Below you, in the gloom, lies a vast pool of water. It is the settling tank, the Piscina Limaria. The water arrives here from the aqueduct and pauses, slowing down just enough to let the sand and silt settle to the bottom before flowing on. Listen to the sound. Drip, drip, drip. Echo, echo, echo. The acoustics of the chamber are incredible. Every sound is amplified and repeated, bouncing off the vaulted stone ceiling. A single drop of water falling from a condensation point on the roof sounds like a bell chiming. Plink. A man is walking along the walkway. He is the Aquarius, the water inspector. He wears thick leather boots to keep his feet dry and a woolen cloak wrapped tight against the subterranean chill. He carries a long wooden pole. He stops at the intake valve. This is where the water from the aqueduct enters the tank. It flows in a smooth, continuous sheet over a stone weir. Rush, shhh, rush. It is a clean, constant sound. The water is clear, traveling miles from a spring high in the hills. It has traveled through tunnels and over bridges in the dark and in the sun to arrive here. The Aquarius leans over the rail. He looks at the surface of the water. It is black and glassy, disturbed only by the gentle current of the inflow. He is checking the clarity. If the water is muddy, it means a storm in the mountains has washed soil into the channel. Tonight, the water is clear. It reflects the stone arches of the ceiling like a mirror. He moves further along the walkway. He stops at a series of bronze grates. These are the filters. They catch the leaves and twigs that might have fallen into the channel. He uses his pole to gently scrape the grate. Scrape, splash, scrape, splash. He pulls up a small clump of wet leaves. They are dark and sodden. He flicks them onto the stone walkway. Splat. He cleans the next grate. The sound of the pole against the bronze is sharp, ringing out in the enclosed space. Clang. The echo follows clang, ang, ang. He is satisfied. The flow is unobstructed. At the far end of the chamber, the water leaves the tank. It enters a series of large lead pipes, the fistulae. These pipes are embedded in the wall, leading out to the different districts of the camp and the Vicus. There is a pipe for the bathhouse. There is a pipe for the public fountains. There is a pipe for the commander's house. The Aquarius kneels down by the pipes. He places his hand on the cold, gray metal. He can feel the vibration of the water rushing inside. Hum. It is a subtle vibration, a life force running through the metal veins of the building. He places his ear near the junction of the pipes. He listens. He is listening for the telltale hiss of a leak or the gurgle of air trapped in the line. Hiss, gurgle, silence. He hears only the smooth, heavy slide of water. It is a perfect flow. Gravity is doing its work. The walls of the tank are lined with opus signinum, a special waterproof cement made of lime, sand, and crushed pottery. It has a reddish hue. In the dim light, the walls look like dark, wet cliffs. The Aquarius stands up. His knees crack. The sound is loud in the silence. Crack. He walks to the edge of the settling tank. He looks down into the depths. The water is perhaps 10 feet deep. At the bottom, a layer of fine silt is slowly accumulating. It is a slow geological process happening inside a building. Once a month, they will drain the tank and shovel out the mud. But not tonight. Tonight, the mud just rests. He takes a deep breath. The air is so fresh it feels sharp in the lungs. It is ionization from the moving water. It wakes you up and puts you to sleep at the same time. He walks to a large bronze wheel set into the floor. This is the valve for the sluice gate. If he turns it, he can shut off the water to the town. It is a wheel of immense power. He gives it a test turn, just an inch, to ensure it hasn't seized up. Squeak, grind. The metal complains, but it moves. He turns it back, squeak. He pats the wheel. It is ready if needed. He walks back towards the entrance. His footsteps echo, clump, clump, clump. He stops to look at a small inscription carved into the stone wall near the door. It names the emperor and the legion that built this tank. The letters are sharp and angular, filled with red paint that has faded over time. Imp Caesar. The Aquarius runs his finger over the letters. Stone words, water words, they both last a long time. He steps out of the chamber and pulls the heavy door closed. Groan, clang. The echo is cut off instantly. The silence of the outside world rushes back in. Outside, the air feels warmer than inside, which is strange for the night. The dampness of the tank clings to his clothes. He walks along the line of the aqueduct for a few paces. The stone pillars rise up into the dark, one after another, fading into the distance. They look like a line of soldiers standing at attention forever. He puts his hand on the stone of the nearest pillar. It is rough limestone, pitted by the weather. He feels the cold mass of it. High above his head, in the stone channel on top of the arches, the water is flowing. He cannot see it, but he knows it is there. A river in the sky. Rush, hush, rush. He imagines the water traveling, past the owl in the tree, past the sleeping deer, past the milestone on the road, all to get here, to this tank, to this pipe, to the cup of a thirsty man. It is a long, boring journey, a journey of downward slopes and careful gradients. The Roman engineers calculated the slope to be just right, not too fast or it would erode the stone. Not too slow or the water would stagnate, just right. A balance, a perfect, boring balance. The Aquarius sits on a stone block near the door. He needs to wait for a while before his next check. He pulls his cloak around him. He looks at the ground. There is a small puddle where a drop of condensation has fallen from the roof eave. Drip. He watches the ripples in the puddle, tiny, concentric circles. He leans his head back against the wall of the castellum. He closes his eyes. He can still hear the phantom sound of the tank inside, the echo, plink, the hum of the pipes. It is a sound that gets into your blood, the sound of infrastructure. The city sleeps, but the water does not. The water is the only thing that is truly awake. It moves through the dark, filling the basins, washing the drains, cooling the air. The Aquarius breathes slowly, in, out. He thinks of the spring in the mountains, the source, the water bubbling up from the earth, cold and pure. He drifts. He floats on the idea of the water. The night is fluid. Time flows like the channel, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, but always moving in one direction. The shadows of the arches stretch across the grass. Everything is connected by the water, the bathhouse, the laundry, the fountain, the mill. The Aquarius is the guardian of the flow. He rests. The water rushes overhead, silent and unseen. Flowing, echoing, waiting, sleeping. The night has drifted into the hours of deep solitude. The streets of the Vicus are deserted. The dogs have stopped barking. The wind has dropped. The silence that fills the settlement is no longer the silence of anticipation, but the silence of completion. The day is fully done. There is one building, however, where the memory of noise still lingers, though the noise itself has vanished. It is the Popina, the wine bar on the corner near the bathhouse. An hour ago, this room was filled with the low rumble of soldiers' voices, the clatter of dice, and the smell of sausages and spiced wine. Now the door is barred. The shutters are closed. The customers have gone back to their barracks or their beds. Inside, the room is settling. The air hangs heavy and still, thick with the scents of the evening. Sour wine, wood smoke, garlic, and the damp sawdust that covers the floor. A single oil lamp sits on the counter. It burns with a steady, low flame, casting a warm, amber light that barely reaches the corners of the room. The shadows of the stools and tables stretch out across the floor, long and distorted shapes that look like sleeping giants. The owner of the Popina, the capo, is awake. He is a man of heavy build, with a face worn smooth by years of listening to other men's stories. He moves slowly behind the L-shaped masonry counter, the bank, into which large terracotta jars, the dolia, are set. These jars hold the wine, keeping it cool in the earth. He holds a wet rag in his hand. It is a piece of old linen, stained gray with use. He is wiping the counter. Watch the motion of his hand. It is circular and methodical. Swish, rub, swish, rub. He starts at the far end of the counter. He finds a sticky ring left by a wine cup. He presses down on the cloth. The friction makes a soft squeaking sound against the polished stone. Squeak. The ring disappears. The stone shines, damp and clean in the lamplight. He moves to the next spot. Another ring, another crumb of bread. He wipes them away. Swish, rub. There is a profound satisfaction in this act. It is the erasing of the day. The arguments, the laughter, the spills, all of it is wiped away with a wet cloth, leaving the stone fresh for tomorrow. The counter is cool under his hand. It is marble, salvaged from a ruin years ago, smooth and hard. He reaches the section of the counter where the dolia are embedded. He wipes around the rim of each jar. He checks the lids. They are heavy wooden discs. He taps each one to make sure it is seated correctly. Thump, thump, thump. The wine sleeps inside the jars. The dark red liquid is still, settling its sediment to the bottom. The capo rinses the cloth in a small wooden bucket of water. The water turns cloudy. He wrings the cloth out. Twist, drip, drip, drip. The sound of the water falling back into the bucket is loud in the quiet room. It echoes off the plaster walls. He hangs the cloth on a peg to dry. It swings gently for a moment, then stops. He walks out from behind the counter. His sandals shuffle through the sawdust on the floor. SHHH, SHHH. The floor is covered in a layer of wood shavings and sand, designed to soak up spills and mud. It is messy now, marked by the footprints of 50 men. It needs to be put right. He picks up a broom made of birch twigs bound to a hazel handle. It is a rough, scratching tool. He begins to sweep. He starts at the back of the room and moves towards the door. He pushes the sawdust into a pile. Scrape, swish, scrape, swish. The sound is rhythmic and dry. It is the sound of ordering chaos. He sweeps under the wooden stools. He pulls out a lost gaming piece, a small bone die. He picks it up. It feels light and smooth in his fingers. He tosses it onto the counter. Click. He continues sweeping. The pile of sawdust grows. It contains the debris of the night, a broken crust of bread, an olive pit, a piece of straw. He moves it all towards the door. He is not rushing. He sweeps with a slow pendulum motion, left to right, left to right. His breathing is steady. Inhale, exhale. The room begins to look larger as the floor clears. The geometric pattern of the cleaning emerges. Clean lines in the dust. He gathers the pile into a dustpan made of wood. He dumps it into a waste barrel in the corner. Thump. He leans the broom against the wall. The work of the floor is done. He walks over to a small table in the corner where he keeps his ledger and his strongbox. He sits down on a three-legged stool. The wood groans under his weight. Creak. He pulls a leather pouch from his belt. It is heavy. It makes a dull clunk when he sets it on the table. He loosens the drawstring. He pours the contents onto the table. Clatter, ching, rattle. A pile of coins spills out. Bronze asses, brass sestertii, a few silver denarii. They are dull and dirty, greasy from the hands of soldiers and farmers. They smell of copper and sweat. He begins to count. He does not count for greed. He counts for survival. He stacks the coins in little towers. He picks up a bronze as it is warm from his pocket. He rubs his thumb over the face of the emperor stamped on the metal. The features are worn down. It is just a smooth silhouette now. He places it on the table. Clink. He picks up another. Clink. He stacks them 5 high, 10 high. Clink, 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 clink. The sound is precise and metallic. It is a sharp contrast to the soft shuffling of the broom. It is the sound of commerce, quieted down for the night. He counts the silver. There are only 3 pieces. He examines them closely in the lamplight. He bites the edge of one gently to test the metal. It is soft. It is real. He places the silver in a separate small pile. He sweeps the copper coins into the strongbox. Rattle. He locks the box with a heavy iron key. Click, clack. He sits there for a moment, his hands resting on the lid of the box. He looks around his tavern. It is a humble place. The walls are painted with simple scenes of vines and grapes, fading now and covered in soot. The tables are scarred with knife marks where soldiers have carved their initials. VIX, M. The room feels empty, but not lonely. It is filled with the ghosts of conversation. He stands up. He walks to the door and checks the bar. It is thick oak dropped into heavy iron brackets. He gives it a shake. It is solid. No one is coming in tonight. He walks back to the counter. He picks up a cup of watered wine he saved for himself. He takes a sip. It is cool and sour. It cuts the dust in his throat. He looks at the lamp. The oil is low. The wick is black. It is time. He blows out the lamp. Puff. Darkness rushes into the room instantly. It is a soft, velvety darkness. For a moment, the image of the flame lingers in his eyes, a ghost spot of blue and yellow. Then it fades. Now there is only the moonlight coming through the cracks in the shutters, thin beams of silver dust slicing through the black air. He navigates the room by memory. He knows where the table edge is. He knows where the stool is. He walks through a curtained doorway into the back room where he lives. His bed is there. It is a simple cot with a straw mattress. He lies down. He does not take off his tunic. He is too tired. He pulls a blanket over his legs. He lies in the dark and listens to the popina. He hears the settling of the wood, tick. He hears the scurrying of a mouse that has waited for the silence, scritch, scritch. He hears the drip of the water from the drying cloth, plip. The smells of the tavern drift into the back room. The wine, the sawdust, the smoke, it is the smell of his life. He closes his eyes. He thinks of the wet cloth moving in circles, swish, rub. He thinks of the coins stacking up, clink, clink. The rhythm of the work follows him into sleep. The Roman world is asleep. The legions are asleep. The tavern is asleep. The coin rests in the box. The wine rests in the jar. The man rests in the bed. Everything is secure. The night holds the building in its hand. Quiet, dark, safe, sleeping. The night has now reached that suspended moment where time seems to lose its forward momentum. The activities of the settlement have ceased completely. The tavern keeper is asleep. The boatman is drifting, and the kiln is slowly cooling. The silence that covers the Vicus is no longer just an absence of noise. It is a presence in itself, a heavy, velvet blanket that muffles the world. Move now to the edge of the settlement, slightly apart from the crowded houses and the noisy workshops. There is a small rise in the ground, a place where the earth touches the sky a little closer. Here stands a small temple, a caecilium. It is not a grand marble edifice like those in Rome with soaring columns and gold leaf. It is a modest structure built of local limestone and timber, whitewashed to shine in the sun. But there is no sun now. Now it is a pale, ghostly gray in the dark. This is the home of the local gods, the genius loci, the spirits of the place. It is a house of silence. Walk up the 3 stone steps. Step, step, step. The stone is cold and smooth, worn down in the center by the feet of thousands of worshippers over the years. But tonight there are no worshippers. There is only the Editus, the temple keeper. He is inside the cella, the inner sanctuary. The heavy wooden doors are open to the night air, allowing the moonlight to spill onto the tessellated floor. The keeper is an old man, a retired standard-bearer who has traded the weight of the eagle for the weight of the keys. He moves with a slow, shuffling gait, respectful of the sleeping deities. The air inside the temple is distinct. It does not smell of mud or river or food. It smells of old frankincense, beeswax, dried garlands, and cold stone. It is a dry, preserved smell. It is the scent of eternity. The keeper holds a small tool in his hand, a soft cloth made of fine wool. He is cleaning. Even the gods need a clean house. He approaches a small bronze statue on a pedestal. It is a figure of Minerva, perhaps, or a local goddess of healing. The bronze is dark, darkened by the smoke of oil lamps. He begins to polish the base of the statue. Rub, circle, rub. He moves the cloth in small, concentric circles. He is not trying to make it shine like a mirror. He is just removing the dust of the day. A swish and swish. The sound of the wool against the bronze is a whisper. It is barely audible. You have to lean in to hear it. It is a sound of devotion. He works his way up the statue. He polishes the folds of the bronze tunic. He polishes the small shield. He polishes the helmet. He stops at the face. The bronze eyes stare out into the darkness, unblinking. The keeper wipes the face gently, almost tenderly, as if wiping the face of a sleeping child. Pat wipe. He steps back to admire his work. In the dim light, the bronze gleams with a dull, rich luster. It looks heavy and permanent. He moves to the altar, the ara. It stands in the center of the room. It is a block of carved stone, the top stained dark from years of burnt offerings. There is no fire on it now, only a pile of cold gray ash from the morning sacrifice. The keeper picks up a small bronze scoop and a brush. He begins to clear the ash. Sweep a scoop. He brushes the fine gray powder into the scoop. The ash is light as air. It puffs up slightly, a tiny gray cloud that hangs for a second before settling. Sweep a scoop. He moves with agonizing slowness. There is no rush. The gods are patient. The ash represents prayers that have already been sent. Now it is just dust. He empties the scoop into a metal bucket. Slide. The ash slides out silently. He places the cleaning tools on a shelf. He picks up a small jar of incense. These are tears of frankincense, hardened resin from trees far away in Arabia. They look like small yellow pebbles. He walks to a small brazier standing on a tripod near the statue. A tiny coal is still glowing deep inside the ash of the brazier, a red eye in the dark. He drops a single grain of incense onto the coal. Drop. For a moment nothing happens, then a tiny hiss. SSSSS. A thin ribbon of white smoke begins to rise. It goes straight up, perfectly vertical in the still air. It curls and twists as it rises, forming complex ephemeral shapes. The smell hits the air instantly. Sweet, piney, and sharp. It is a smell that triggers a deep instinct to be quiet. The keeper watches the smoke. He stands perfectly still. His breathing is shallow. Inhale, exhale. The smoke rises towards the roof beams. It disappears into the shadows of the rafters, where a family of temple swallows is sleeping in their mud nests. They do not wake. The smoke is familiar to them. The keeper turns to the oil lamps. There are 2 of them standing on tall iron stands. They are burning low. He picks up a small jug of olive oil. He pours a little oil into the reservoir of the first lamp. Glug, glug, glug. The oil is thick and golden. It fills the lamp. The flame brightens for a second, then settles back down. He moves to the second lamp. Glug, glug. He adjusts the wicks with a small metal pick. Scrape. He pulls the charred wick up just a fraction of an inch. The light becomes steady, a warm, yellow pool of light that holds back the dark. He walks to the doorway and looks out. The view from the temple steps overlooks the sleeping town. He sees the outline of the bathhouse roof. He sees the dark line of the wall. He sees the black void of the fields beyond. It is all his to watch. He is the night watchman of the spirit. A breeze stirs the leaves of the sacred laurel tree growing in the courtyard. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The dry leaves whisper against each other. It is the only sound from the outside world. The keeper sits down on a wooden bench inside the porch of the temple. He leans his back against the limestone wall. The stone absorbs his body heat slowly. He clasps his hands in his lap. His hands are old, the skin like parchment, spotted with age. They are hands that have held swords and shields, but now hold only cloths and incense. He closes his eyes. He listens to the silence of the sanctuary. It is a different kind of silence than the granary or the stable. It is a heavy, expectant silence. It feels as if the air itself is listening. He hears the faint crackle of the incense grain finally burning away. Snap. He hears the settling of the roof timbers. Creak. He feels the peace of the place. It is a sanctuary in the truest sense. A place cut off from the worries of the empire. Here, there are no taxes, there are no marches, there are no orders. There is only the stone, the bronze, and the smoke. The moon moves behind a cloud, and the light on the floor dims. The shadows in the room soften and merge. The bronze statue becomes a silhouette. The keeper does not open his eyes. He knows the room by heart. He knows where every shadow falls. He drifts. He thinks about the morning. People will come. Soldiers asking for luck. Women asking for health. They will bring flowers and cakes. There will be noise. But not yet. For now, the temple belongs to him and the silence. He breathes in the incense. It calms his mind. It slows his heart. Thump thump, some thump. The rhythm is slow, like the dripping of the water clock, like the turning of the mill wheel. The Roman night is a vast, interconnected web of quiet moments. The spinner, the baker, the stoker, the keeper, all of them alone, yet all of them together in the dark. The keeper's head nods forward slightly. He jerks it back up. He is awake, but he is resting. He watches a spider descend on a silken thread from the lintel of the door. It lowers itself slowly, spinning as it goes. It lands on the floor and scuttles away into a crack in the stone. The keeper smiles, a small secret smile. The world is small tonight. It is the size of this room. The smoke continues to rise, thinner now, a ghost of a scent. The lamp flame burns steady and true. The bronze eyes watch the dark. The keeper waits, protecting, cleaning, praying, sleeping. The night has paused. It hangs suspended between the memory of the sunset and the promise of the dawn. It is a deep, stagnant hour where the air itself seems to have stopped moving. The wind that brushed the watchtower has died down. The river mist has stopped rising and now simply sits, a heavy white lake covering the valley floor. In the center of the Vicus, near the marketplace, there is a small, unassuming structure. It is hardly a building at all. It is a lean-to, a roof supported by wooden pillars with canvas screens that can be pulled down to keep out the weather. During the day, this is a place of noise. It is the ludus literarius, the primary school. It is filled with the chanting of children reciting the alphabet, the scratching of styluses, and the drone of the master's voice. But tonight, the children are asleep in their beds. The noise is gone. The space is reclaimed by the silence. Step behind the canvas screen. Rustle. The interior is simple. There are rows of low wooden benches, polished smooth by the shifting of small bodies. There is a high chair for the master, the cathedra, and on the walls, painted on the plaster in red ochre, are the letters of the alphabet. A, B, C. They stand tall and rigid in the dim light. They are the building blocks of the empire, waiting in the dark. A man sits at a small table near the master's chair. He is the ludamagister, the school teacher. He is a man of patience, a man who spends his days repeating the same simple truths. He is older, with a beard that is neatly trimmed but gray as the winter frost. He is working by the light of a single tallow candle. The candle is stuck onto a small spike on the table. The flame is small, a tiny spear of light fighting a war against the shadows of the room. He is preparing for the morning. On the table before him lies a stack of tabulae, wax tablets. These are wooden frames about the size of a modern book, with a recessed area filled with black or green wax. They are the reusable paper of the Roman world. He picks up the top tablet. It is covered in the clumsy scratches of a student. The letters are crooked. The lines waver. It is a record of a struggle to learn. The teacher holds a metal tool in his hand. It is a spatula, a wide, flat blade of iron with a wooden handle. It is heated slightly. He holds it near the candle flame for a moment. A hover heat. He touches the warm metal to the wax surface of the tablet. Hiss, slide. The wax yields instantly. He draws the spatula across the surface. Scrape, smooth. He is erasing the day. He is removing the mistakes. With a slow, steady hand, he pushes the wax, smoothing out the gouges left by the sharp stylus. The letters disappear. The crooked S melts away. The uneven M vanishes. Smooth wipe. He works from the top of the tablet to the bottom. It is like ironing a piece of cloth or smoothing sand on a beach. The chaos of the student's work is replaced by a flat, pristine surface. This is the origin of the phrase tabula rasa, the clean slate, the fresh start. The teacher pauses to wipe the excess wax from the spatula onto a rag. The wax is sticky and dark. It smells of soot and resin. It is a heavy, earthy smell, different from the sweet beeswax of the temple or the workshop. This is industrial wax, mixed with lampblack to make the letters stand out. He heats the spatula again, hover heat. He moves to the next tablet. Scrape, smooth. The sound is satisfyingly consistent, a low friction sound, shhhk, shhhk. He does not rush. There are 20 tablets in the stack. He has all night. He enjoys the quiet. During the day, his ears ring with the voices of boys. Marcus, sit still. Lucius, recite the verse. Tonight, the only voice is the silence. He looks at the wood of the tablet frame. It is beech wood, pale and fine-grained. The corners are worn rounded by years of use. How many hands have held this tablet? How many verbs have been conjugated on this small square of wax? He finishes the second tablet. It is perfectly smooth now. A dark, glossy lake of wax waiting for the first mark of the morning. He stacks it next to the first one. Clack. He picks up a small bronze pot sitting on a brazier near his feet. The brazier has only a few dying coals, just enough to keep the pot warm. Inside is liquid wax, a reserve for filling in deep scratches. He pours a tiny amount onto a tablet that has a deep gouge in the center. Drip, drip. The liquid wax hits the surface. It spreads out in a perfect circle. It seeks its own level. The teacher watches it settle. He watches it cool. As it cools, it changes color. It goes from a shiny, wet black to a dull, solid matte. It is a transformation of state happening right before his eyes. It takes time. A minute, 2 minutes. He waits. He watches the candle flame. It is burning straight and true. There is no draft behind the canvas screen. The teacher's hands are stained with ink and wax. They are the hands of a scholar, but a poor one. He is not a senator in Rome. He is a teacher in a muddy town on the frontier. But his work matters. He teaches the language that holds the army together. He picks up a stylus from the table. It is a sharp, pointed instrument made of bone. He tests the point against his thumb. It is sharp. He places it next to the clean tablet. Ready. He picks up the next tablet in the stack. Scrape smooth. Outside, a light rain begins to fall. It is a gentle, vertical rain. There is no wind to drive it. It simply falls from the sky. Pit, pat, pit, pat. The sound of the rain on the canvas roof is soft and drumming. It creates a cozy enclosure. The world outside is wet and cold. The world inside is dry and smelling of warm wax. The teacher sighs. It is a comfortable sigh. He shifts his weight on the wooden stool. Creak. He thinks about the letter A. Two diagonal lines meeting at a peak, crossed by a horizontal bar. It is a stable shape, a mountain, a tent. He thinks about the letter O. A circle, unending like the sun, like the shield, like the mouth when it speaks. He loves the letters. They are his friends in the dark. He finishes another tablet. Clack. The stack of clean tablets is growing. The stack of messy ones is shrinking. It is a visual measure of his progress through the night. He reaches for a cup of water. He takes a sip. The water is cold. It wakes him up a little. He looks around the room. In the corner, there is a bundle of birch rods, the ferula, the tool of discipline. But tonight it looks harmless. Just a bundle of twigs tied with a leather thong. It leans against the wall, sleeping like everything else. The teacher rubs his eyes. He is tired, but it is a good tiredness. It is the feeling of preparing the ground. A farmer prepares the soil. A teacher prepares the wax. He picks up the spatula again. Hover, heat, scrape, smooth. The motion is hypnotic, back and forth, back and forth. The wax glistens in the candlelight. It reflects the flame, a tiny dancing point of light in the black surface. The rain intensifies slightly. Drum, drum, drum. The dampness of the rain mixes with the smell of the wax. It is a unique scent, the smell of a Roman schoolroom at night. The teacher hums a little tune. It is a declension song used to help students remember grammar. Rosa, Rossi, Rossi, Rossum. He hums it slowly, dragging out the vowels. It is a lullaby of grammar. He finishes the last tablet. He places it on the clean stack. Clack. He runs his hand over the top tablet. It is perfectly flat. It is flawless. He wipes the spatula clean one last time. He sets it down. Clink. He blows gently on the tablets to cool them further. Whoosh. He arranges the styluses in a row. 5 bone styluses. 5 metal styluses. They lie parallel to each other. Order, precision. He sits back. He clasps his hands over his stomach. He listens to the rain. Pit, pat, pit, pat. The night is vast around this little shelter. The legions are asleep in their barracks, their armor hanging on the walls. The horses are asleep in the stables. The boats are sleeping on the river. And here the alphabet is sleeping. The letters on the wall watch over the room, silent sentinels of language. The teacher closes his eyes. He sees the smooth black wax in his mind, a void waiting to be filled. The candle flickers as a drop of rain finds its way through a gap in the roof and lands on the table. splat. The teacher opens his eyes. He watches the drop of water. It sits on the wood, a perfect trembling lens. He smiles. The work is done. The morning will come, and with it the chaos of learning. But for now, everything is clean. He leans forward and blows out the candle. Puff. The darkness is total, but the sound of the rain remains. Drum, drum, drum. The teacher rests his head on his arms on the table. He will sleep here for a while, until the first gray light touches the canvas. The school sleeps. The wax hardens. The rain falls. Drifting. Smoothing. Waiting. Sleeping. The night has now settled into a deep, motionless equilibrium. The rain that drummed gently on the roof of the schoolhouse has ceased, leaving behind a silence that feels washed clean. The air in the Vicus is damp and cool, smelling faintly of wet slate and soaked earth. The clouds overhead are beginning to break apart, drifting slowly to reveal patches of a dark, starless void. In a larger house near the edge of the settlement, a residence belonging to a merchant or perhaps a retired centurion, a single room is awake. It is not a bedroom or a kitchen. It is an empty hall, devoid of furniture, smelling of wet lime and stone dust. This is the domain of the Musarius, the mosaic maker. The room is lit by 2 oil lamps placed on the floor. Their flames are low, casting long, exaggerated shadows that stretch up the plaster walls like dark pillars. The light does not reach the ceiling. It stays low, focused on the ground. Because the ground is where the work is. The floor is a work in progress. It is a vast expanse of gray mortar, the nucleus, spread out like a calm sea. But slowly, inch by inch, it is being conquered by order. It is being covered in thousands of tiny stone cubes, the tesserae. The mosaicist is kneeling on a wooden board to keep his weight off the fresh work. He is a man of immense patience. His knees are calloused. His back is bent in a permanent curve of concentration. He wears a tunic that is stained with gray dust and white splashes of lime. He is working on a border pattern. A simple, repetitive geometric design, a meander, a line that turns back on itself over and over again, a labyrinth that goes nowhere. Watch his hand. It moves with a mechanical precision. He reaches into a small wooden bucket to his right. The bucket is filled with white stones, small cubes of limestone hand-cut, roughly a centimeter on each side. He picks up a single stone. He holds it between his thumb and forefinger. He rotates it slightly, feeling for the best face, the smoothest side to face upwards. He leans forward. He presses the stone into the wet mortar bed. A squishy. It is a tiny sound, the sound of the lime paste yielding to the stone. He picks up a small hammer with a sharp cutting edge. He uses the handle end to tap the stone down, ensuring it is level with its neighbor. Tap, tap. The stone settles. It sits flush with the one next to it. A tiny gap remains between them, waiting for the grout that will come days later. He reaches into the bucket again. Another white stone. Check, place, squish, tap. He does this again, and again, and again. The rhythm is incredibly slow. It is a geological pace. He is building a floor out of mountains that were cut down into pebbles. He reaches the corner of the pattern. Here, the color changes. He reaches into a second bucket. This one holds black stones, cubes of basalt, heavy and dense. He picks up a black stone. It sucks the light from the lamp. It is a void in his fingers. He places it, click. It touches the white stone. The contrast is sharp. Black against white, order against chaos. Tap, tap. He is creating a wave pattern. A black wave crashing on a white shore, frozen in stone for eternity. The smell in the room is distinctive. It is the smell of the lime mortar, a chalky, alkaline scent that catches in the back of the throat. It is a clean smell, the smell of construction. It mixes with the damp air coming from the windowless opening that leads to the courtyard. The mosaicist stops to mix a small batch of fresh mortar. The lime putty is in a clay bowl. He adds a little water from a jug. Splash. He mixes it with a trowel. Slap, scrape, slap. The sound of the metal trowel against the clay bowl is wet and gritty. He works the paste until it is smooth, like thick cream. He spreads a small amount onto the floor in front of him. Swish and spread. He smooths it out. He creates a flat bed for the next 50 stones. He wipes the trowel on his thigh. He picks up a stone. Place, press, tap. He is not thinking about the design as a whole. He cannot see the whole floor from his knees. He sees only the next inch, the next cube, the next connection. It is a form of meditation. His mind is empty of words. There is only the grid, the straight line, the right angle. A moth lands on the floor near the lamp. It flutters its wings, creating a small vibration in the dust. The mosaicist watches it for a second, then ignores it. He places a stone next to the moth. The moth flies away. The room is silent enough to hear the settling of the house. The timber beams in the ceiling contract slightly as the night cools. Creak. The mosaicist shifts his weight on the kneeling board. His joints are stiff. He stretches one leg out behind him, pointing his toe. He holds the stretch for a moment, then returns to the position. He picks up a stone that is slightly too large. It won't fit in the gap. He places it on a small iron anvil block. He raises his hammer. Tink. He splits the stone in half. It is a sharp, clean sound. A spark of friction jumps and dies. He takes the smaller piece. He places it. It fits perfectly. Press, tap. The floor is a puzzle with 1,000,000 pieces, and he has to make the pieces as he goes. Imagine the timeline of this floor. It will take him weeks to finish this room. Then it will be polished with sand and stone until it is smooth as glass. Then people will walk on it. Soldiers in boots, women in sandals, children with bare feet. They will walk on it for years, for decades, for centuries. Long after the mosaicist is gone, the stones will remain, held in the grip of the lime. The black wave will still be crashing. The white shore will still be waiting. But right now, it is just a man and a bucket of rocks in the middle of the night. He rubs his eyes with the back of his wrist. He leaves a streak of white dust on his forehead. He looks like a ghost in the lamplight. He takes a drink of pasca from a flask. He swishes it around his mouth before swallowing. It clears the dust from his teeth. He looks at the row he has just finished. It is straight. It is true. The geometry pleases him. The Romans love order. They impose straight lines on the world. Roads, walls, aqueducts, floors. He picks up a black stone. Place. He picks up a white stone. Place. The pattern advances. 3 inches gained. The light from the lamps is getting lower. The oil is burning down. The shadows are growing taller, looming over him. He decides to finish this section before stopping. Just 10 more stones. 1 click, 2 squish, 3 tap. He counts them in his head. It is a silent countdown to rest. 4, 5. The silence of the house presses in. It is a heavy stone silence. The walls are thick here. They block out the world. There is no river sound, no wind sound, only the breathing of the man and the clicking of the stones. 6, 7. He finds a stone with a small vein of quartz running through it. It glitters slightly. He places it in the white field, a tiny imperfection that adds beauty. 8, 9. He picks up the last stone. It is a corner piece, black. He places it with care. He pushes it down firmly. 10, tap, tap. He sets the hammer down, clunk. He sits back on his heels. He looks at the work. It is good. The wave is unbroken. He takes a wet sponge and wipes the surface of the new stones. Swish, wipe. The colors pop out, vibrant and wet. The black is deep as night. The white is bright as milk. He nods. He stands up slowly. He groans softly. His back unwinds. He shakes his hands out. He blows out one of the lamps. Puff. The room gets darker. Only one pool of light remains. He picks up the second lamp. He holds it up. The light swings across the floor, illuminating the sea of tesserae. It looks like a pixelated ocean. He walks to the door. He steps out into the hallway. He leaves the room to dry. The mortar will begin to harden. The chemical reaction will lock the stones in place. He walks down the corridor of the sleeping house. His footsteps echo on the flagstones. Clack, clack, clack. He reaches a small service room where he sleeps. He unrolls a mat. He lies down. He closes his eyes. Behind his eyelids, he still sees the grid. He sees the black cubes and the white cubes. They float in the darkness, arranging themselves into patterns. He dreams of geometry. He dreams of infinite lines stretching to the horizon. The house sleeps, the floor hardens, the stones wait. The night is deep and still. Drifting, a clicking, building, a sleeping. The night has expanded. We have explored the stone streets of the camp, the warm interiors of the workshops, and the damp echoes of the water tank. Now, let us leave the structures of man behind entirely. Let us walk past the edge of the Vicus, past the last darkened house, past the silent cemetery where the headstones stand like pale teeth in the gloom, and begin to climb. We are moving up the gentle slope of the hills that overlook the valley. The ground here is uneven, covered in tufts of coarse grass and thistle. The air becomes colder as we ascend, cleaner and thinner. It smells of wet earth, crushed herbs, and the cold moisture of the low-hanging clouds. Here on the ridge, the world is reduced to its simplest elements: the sky, the grass, and the flock. A shepherd stands silhouetted against the dark gray sky. He is a figure of stillness, wrapped in a heavy cloak of felted wool, a sagum, which is pinned at his shoulder with a simple iron fibula. He leans his weight on a long staff of ash wood, the bark peeled away to reveal the smooth, pale grain beneath. He is watching his sheep. There are hundreds of them. In the darkness, they are not individual animals, but a single, shifting mass of gray. They are huddled together in a natural hollow of the hill, protected from the wind. They look like a patch of fog that has settled on the ground and solidified. Listen to the sound of the flock. It is a texture of sound rather than a noise. Rustle, shift, bleat, sigh. The sheep are resting, but they are never entirely still. There is always a movement, a readjustment of legs, a shaking of a head. The sound of their wool rubbing against each other is a soft, friction-filled whisper. Hush, hush. The smell here is distinct. It is the heavy, oily scent of lanolin. It is the smell of warm animal bodies in the cool night air. It is a primal, comforting smell. It speaks of survival and warmth. The shepherd does not move. He has stood in this spot for hours. His eyes are adjusted to the dark. He does not need a lantern. The lantern would only shrink his world to a circle of light. He needs to see the shadows. He needs to see the movement of the wolf or the thief. But tonight, there are no wolves. There are no thieves. There is only the wind. At his feet, a dog lies curled in the grass. It is a Molossian, a large, heavy-boned breed with a thick coat. The dog appears to be asleep, its head resting on its paws, but its ears are alert. They twitch at the sound of a cricket or the rustle of a mouse. Twitch, twitch. The dog lets out a long, shuddering breath. HMPHHH. It is a sigh of contentment. The dog knows the flock is safe. The shepherd is here. The night is calm. The shepherd reaches into a pouch at his belt. He pulls out a piece of hard cheese and a small crust of bread. He breaks a piece of the bread. Snap. The sound is sharp in the silence. He eats slowly. He chews methodically. He looks down at the valley below. From this height, the Roman camp looks like a diagram drawn on the ground. The straight lines of the walls, the grid of the streets, the square of the headquarters. It is a geometric imposition on the organic landscape. He can see the faint glow of the torches at the camp gates, tiny orange pinpricks in the blackness. They do not flicker from this distance. They are steady stars anchored to the earth. He sees the dark line of the aqueduct, a snake of stone marching across the fields. He sees the river, a ribbon of dull silver reflecting the diffused moonlight. It all seems very small from up here. The shouting centurions, the marching legions, the busy clerks, they are all silent now. They are all sleeping under the same sky. The shepherd turns his attention back to the sheep. He begins to count them, not because he thinks one is missing, but because it is a way to occupy the mind without waking it. He counts the dark shapes on the edge of the flock. 1, 2, 3. He counts a ewe lying near a rock. 4. He counts a lamb tucked against its mother. 5. The counting is a rhythm. It matches the beating of his heart. Thump, thump. 6. Thump, thump. 7. The clouds above are moving slowly. They are breaking apart, drifting eastwards. Through the gaps, the stars are beginning to reappear. They are cold and distant diamonds. The shepherd knows their names, or at least the names his people give them. The hunter, the wain, the river of milk. He looks at the North Star. It hangs perfectly still, the pivot point of the heavens. Everything revolves around it. The camp, the empire, the flock, the grass, all spinning slowly in the dark. A sheep near the front of the flock stands up. Rustle. It lowers its head to graze. Tear, crunch, tear, crunch. The sound of the sheep tearing the grass is loud in the quiet air. It is a rhythmic, grinding sound. The animal eats with a steady determination. It takes a mouthful of grass. It chews. It swallows. It takes another. The shepherd watches the animal. He watches the jaw move sideways. He watches the ears swivel. He feels a kinship with the sheep. They are both creatures of the night. They both live outside the walls. The wind picks up slightly. It blows through the shepherd's cloak. He pulls it tighter around his shoulders. The wool is scratchy against his neck, but it keeps the warmth in. It is the same wool that is on the backs of the sheep. A cycle of warmth. He leans his head against his staff. The wood is hard and solid. It vibrates slightly with the wind. He closes his eyes for a moment. He listens to the wind moving through the tall grass on the ridge. Swish and swish, whoosh. It sounds like the sea, waves of air washing over the hills. He thinks about the morning. When the sun rises, he will drive the flock down to the river to drink. Then he might move them to the western pasture. It will be a day of walking, a day of watching, just like yesterday, just like tomorrow. But for now, he is standing still. The dog lifts its head. It looks at the shepherd, then puts its head back down. Thump, everything is fine. The shepherd opens his eyes. He looks at the moon, which is now emerging from behind a cloud. It is a waning gibbous, not quite full, looking a little lopsided. Its light turns the frost on the grass into silver dust. The backs of the sheep catch the moonlight. They look like a sea of gray stones. The shepherd shifts his weight. His boots creak softly, creak. He takes a deep breath of the cold air. It is crisp. It tastes of the high ground. He feels entirely alone, but not lonely. He is part of the landscape, a vertical line in a horizontal world. He resumes his counting. 22, 23, 24. The numbers float away into the dark. They don't mean anything. They are just markers of time. The camp below sleeps on. The general sleeps in his bed with fine linen sheets. The shepherd sleeps standing up, wrapped in rough wool. But the sleep is the same. The night is the same. The silence of the hills is older than the silence of the camp. It is a silence that was here before the Romans came, and will be here after they leave. The sheep chew. Crunch, crunch, the wind blows. Whoosh, the dog breathes. HMPHHH. The shepherd waits. The earth turns. The night deepens. Drifting. Grazing. Watching. Sleeping. The journey through the night is almost done. We have walked the perimeter of the empire, from the stone walls of the fortress to the grassy slopes of the hills. We have seen the sparks of the kiln and the shadows of the aqueduct. We have heard the water wheel and the scratching pen. Now, the wheel of the sky has turned its full circle. The hour is the antelucanum, the time just before the light. It is the coldest, quietest moment of the entire night. It is the moment when the world holds its breath. Descend slowly from the shepherd's hill. Leave the sheep to their grazing and the dog to his dreams. Glide down through the cool, thin mist that clings to the valley floor. Move back towards the sleeping town. The Vicus is a landscape of stillness. The roofs are dark shapes against a dark sky. There is no movement in the streets. The dust has settled completely. The gravel is motionless. The wind has finally stopped, leaving the air hanging in a suspended, silent equilibrium. Fly gently over the places we have visited. Look down at the bakery. The fire in the oven has burned down to a gentle, slumbering warmth. The bread is baked and cooling on the racks, filling the room with a faint, sweet smell. The baker is asleep in her chair, her head resting on her arms, her apron dusted with white flour. She does not dream of bread. She dreams of nothing. She is at rest. Look at the stable. The horses are all asleep now. The heavy breathing has quieted to a soft, collective rhythm. Hush, hush. The stable hand is curled in the straw, the scent of the animals protecting him like a blanket. The barn owl watches from the rafters, blinking its large, dark eyes. Look at the Principia. The clerk has put down his pen. The scroll is rolled up. The candle has burned itself out, leaving a tiny trail of smoke that has long since vanished. The numbers are counted. The empire is tallied. The room is dark and silent as a tomb, but a friendly tomb, a vault of safety. Look at the bathhouse. The water in the pools is still. The surface is like black glass reflecting the stone ceiling. The heat has softened, turning into a gentle, humid warmth that hugs the walls. The drips continue, plip, plip, measuring out the final seconds of the night. Move back to the small house where we began, the house of the soldier and the woman. Enter the room one last time. It is darker now than it was before. The embers in the hearth have turned to gray ash. There is no red glow left, only the memory of heat. The room is cool, but under the heavy wool blankets, the sleepers are warm. The soldier lies on his back. His breathing is deep and slow. Inhale, exhale, his face is relaxed. The lines of worry, the squint of the sun, the tension of the watch, all of it has been smoothed away by sleep. He is not a soldier now. He is just a man. The woman sleeps beside him. One hand rests on the blanket. Her fingers are still, the rhythm of the broom and the spindle forgotten for a few hours. They are two anchors in the stream of time. They are the reality of history, not the battles, not the speeches, not the marble statues, but this, two people sleeping in a quiet room at the edge of the world. The room is silent, the house is silent, the street is silent. There is a sense of immense heavy peace. It is a boredom that is beautiful. It is the absence of fear. Outside, the dew has formed on the grass. Millions of tiny droplets, waiting for the sun to turn them into diamonds. But the sun is not here yet. There is no rush for the sun. The sky in the east is still black, but perhaps, if you look very closely, the black is turning to a deep, deep violet. A promise that the wheel is still turning. A promise that the cycle will continue. But you do not need to see the dawn. You do not need to wait for the light. The night has done its job. It has wrapped the world in cotton and shadow. It has restored the muscles and the minds of the people. The Roman Empire is safe. The borders are holding. The walls are standing. The water is flowing. The grain is stored. You can let go now. You are part of this stillness. You are standing in the quiet street of the Vicus. You are listening to the silence of 2,000 years ago. It is a silence that connects you to them. They slept just as you are sleeping. They dreamed just as you will dream. The story is over, the work is done. The list is written, the thread is spun. There is nothing left to do. Nothing left to check. Nothing left to watch. The darkness is soft. It is a pillow. Sink into it. Drifting. Floating. Settling. The soldier breathes in, out. The world breathes in, out. The dust settles. The silence holds. Good night, soldier. Good night, baker. Good night, watcher. Good night, you. Asleep. Asleep. Asleep.